I need award to have been the first to join.
Good morning, no. I can't hear you, Mr. Charles. Okay.
Where to get some. Off your screen, sir. So that means say you go need come here like this.
Okay, they won't join online now.
Also, go back to the time panel session. About Father TV.
Why is it
I'll stay on the bus, get out of I don't see the yellow river around. Down the bus to you, and I can't believe I see around you.
I work the sound. What do you
You be myself.
find?
You be myself.
Really?
Come on, say one. So that we don't get it.
But when the moderators are taking out, they come and they are going to find ask if you place the empty in speaker. That's not different. You get
If your dog will not complain, you are the short. Okay.
if you want.
Your dog will not complain, you are the short.
There's a way you have to do it.
I'll go and see where you want.
I mean, like this. I'll just play this into the front.
Go and see where you want to sell it.
Again, now because the people stuff. I
I
want
just
it
want
like
to see how to do it.
okay. Sorry. When I'm not saying yeah, but I'm not saying that. That's it. Do.
How do you take everything like that?
I'd like to welcome some of our speakers to the high table before we have the welcome address. So I want to call on Mr. Togelola Olasubo. Okay. And then I also want to call on Mr. Joshua Machiku Esquire. Please come to the high table. And Mrs. Bolale Onime. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, great. So we'll starting with the welcome address. That'll be delivered by Engineer Charles Osezwa, who will be represented by Mr. Charles Aibuna, Executive Secretary of the Institute for Work and Family Integration. Mr.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce Charles Aigwana, the Executive Secretary of the Institute for Work and Family Integration. I'll be reading the welcome address as prepared by the Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Institute, Engineer Charles Osezwa. After reading what he has to say, I would add my own. I already told him that since we bear the same name, I'll be impersonating him from time to time. Because I've not gotten the signature right, so otherwise I would have done more things. So good morning and welcome to this International Family Conference, an event dedicated to fostering meaningful conversations around one of the most pressing realities of modern family life, dual income families. This indeed is a reality that we can touch. Even in selection of spouse as we have these days, what the young men have to, one of the selection criteria is to say, what are you bringing to the table? Yes, so dual income earning couples is not something that we stumble into. It's something that is desired, fostered, and in fact, is a selection criteria. Wait, let's stop. Okay. There was a time when there was a clear boundary between work and family, when husband and wife could choose which side of the divide should take precedence in any given time to ensure their family makes success of both responsibilities of enabling thriving professional careers and a well-nurtured and happy family. Today, post-COVID, the traditional boundaries are gone. Just as subsidy is gone. With technology, our world of work and family are fully integrated, and we can now work 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days in a year, if that was humanly possible. With more couples actively engaged in workplace more than any time in recorded history, it raises the question, how do we navigate the demands of work to ensure our children receive the attention and guidance they need while we excel in our professions and businesses? How do we prevent burnout, maintain strong relationships, and make time for what truly matters? These are some of the important questions we seek to address today. You have the man working, the husband working, and the wife working, and the duties to bring up the children have been dedicated to people who are either not trained for it or not interested in the job. And these are who? You can take a guess. The teachers, who? The drivers, the nannies, and they could even be having the absence of the nanny that you have brought to bring them up, you know. Mofe will be telling us about that later. And then I also say that for teachers, maybe apart from Pershing Hill schools and White Sands School teachers, any teacher you ask, what are you doing? He says, I'm teaching for now, as if, you know, it's going to do something else. And these are the people you've entrusted the character formation, the upbringing of your children too. I wish you well in that delegation task. But today, we shall be cracking the code and seeing how we navigate these dynamics. At the Institute for Work and Family Integration, we are committed to providing practical solutions and evidence-based insights to help families thrive. This conference is not just about discussions. It is about actionable strategies, shared experiences, and collective learning to make parenting more fulfilling and sustainable, even in dual income families. And you can tell about even the dynamics of this conference that we're going to achieve these learning outcomes by the different background of the speakers. So you see that the panels is made up of couples as well as professionals. We also have CEO of schools here present to also bring that dimension into that flavor into the discussion. We have quite a number of online persons, people joining this conference online. So I think they also deserve some attention when it comes to answering entertaining questions from them. And on the high table, we have the keynote address speaker, and on his right and left, in no particular order, are the two moderators of the two panel sessions. So they'll be moderating even from beginning. So they are hitting the ground running, but the ground is not slippery, so they are not going to fall down. Accordingly, we have lined up an array of incredible speakers to do justice to the theme, navigating dynamics of dual income parenting. We are privileged to have renowned professional industry leaders who are experienced in parenting to share with us their valuable insights in navigating the challenges of work life in an integrated world, ensuring the necessary balance and emotional well-being for success in family and work. I encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, to engage fully, ask questions, and take advantage of this opportunity to connect with like-minded individuals, to share your journey, share your story, share your lived experiences. Together, we can redefine success, not just in our careers, but also in our homes and communities. We at the Institute for Work and Family Integration were positioned to change the world, one family at a time, and focusing on the principal players of family, which is the couples. So creating a healthy couple, creating a healthy family, so that we can have better families, and consequently we'll have better businesses, and at the end of the day, we'll have a better society. That was our strategy into achieving this mission of changing the world. Once again, thank you for being here. We don't take this for granted. And for prioritizing the well-being of your family alongside your professional aspiration. Being here also includes the dozens of people that are online as well. I wish you an enriching and insightful conference experience. Once again, I say welcome. This is the face of Charles Igbona, the Executive Secretary of the Institute of Work and Family Integration. But the words so far have been from Right Honorable Engineer Charles Osezwa, the chairman of the Institute for Work and Family Integration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, because we can begin on that. Okay, so we're going to kickstart with the first session. Session that will be delivered by Mr. Olasupo Sugilola. For those online, I'm going to tell us who he is. But if you have the brochure, you can just go to page 14 and join me as I use Mr. Olasupo Sugilola. He's a transformational leader and business strategist who is very passionate about insurance. He has over 20 years experience in the insurance industry, which spans across reinsurance, brokerage, general insurance, life insurance, sales, marketing, and technical operations. He was part of the startup team that led to the business transformation of FBN Insurance Limited, a subsidiary of First Bank and Sanlam of South Africa, where he joined as head of corporate sales division. During his time at FBN, the business saw significant revenue growth and became a market leader in terms of business revenue generated. As a result of his extraordinary leadership skills, Mr. Masuko acted as the managing director of FBN General Insurance Limited from December 2015 to April 2016. He was also part of the business transformation team that revamped Law Union and Rock Insurance, which metamorphosized into Tangerine General. During his tenure as executive director of technical, there was significant improvement in business, underwriting quality, and product development, particularly in the retail and SME space. Olasipo Sugelola is currently the managing director of International Energy Insurance PLC, the fastest growing insurance company in 2003, based on the latest reports from the Nairametrics. He has changed the course of business direction and returned the company to profitability. He's an accomplished executive who has over the years proven himself as a market leader and has played an active role in the Nigerian Insurance Association and the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria. He's a devoted Christian and is happily married with children. Very important ones.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I want to observe all protocols. Thank you for those glowing words. I didn't know you were talking about me. I was wondering, who is she talking about? But we all glory to God. Today, I'm happy to be in your midst, and I'm here with my wife, Kemi. She's here with me. It's helped me to appreciate her, because when we're talking about family, it's difficult to do it alone. And so I recognize her efforts, support, because I'm a traveler. I travel a lot. I came in from Abuja just about 9 p.m. yesterday, all because I had to be here. And so I just made sure that my flight was changed from this afternoon to yesterday late flight, just to be here. So thank you. The theme, I want to go because I've been told that they'll be flashing a paper in front of me. So I need to move very fast because we have a lot to talk about. Dear parents, first, the theme, navigating the dynamics of dual income parenting. And it's very, very essential. We're looking directly at the impact on the children that are involved. Dear parents, daddies, mommies, ladies and gentlemen, as a working parent myself, this theme resonates with me so much, especially as I also have a working spouse. So it's a privilege for me to be here to discuss what affects or happens to all of us. And I believe we will collectively learn from each other's experiences and handle much better and handle things a lot better, because even sitting at the lobby there, we were having some exchanges and I can tell you I was learning. Thank you. As an introduction, I came from a background of dual parenting. Dual income parenting. My father, my mother were 9 to 5 people, and they had all the time in the world. My dad has gone to the beyond about just a few years ago at very young age of 90 plus 10 days. And my mom is still alive and well at 86. So we woke up, we found ourselves in a family where both parents were working and they were also very involved in all that happened to us. So that's my first opening statement for everybody to know that I came from that background. We had stability, and I crossed into my own family, and same thing is happening. So I'm learning from I'm using both the experience, what I learned from them, and what I am seeing, because our days have changed. Work is no more as they were. My father closes from work and comes home. My mother closes from work and comes home. And so by 5, 6 o'clock, we are all seated in front of the television, waiting for the television to start. And yes, because the TV starts at 6 and everybody is seated. And so there is family time, there is bonding time. They know when you're not well, they know when you're well, you know what happened in school and what didn't happen in school. But nowadays, I told you I flew in around 9 p.m. yesterday. I'm wondering if my children would not have gone to bed before getting home. And these are the situations we found ourselves this day, age, and time. And that makes it different. And that's why we need to leverage on each other, on one another, in order for us to learn from different experiences and see what to do going forward. I would like to start with a little backdrop into the various types of family income settings that we have. Various types of family income settings. When I say that, you have income is a crucial factor in determining the financial stability and quality of life of a family. Families across the world operate under different income settings based on various economic, social, and cultural factors. Understanding these different settings helps in financial planning, policy making, and providing economic support where necessary. The primary type of family income settings include single income families, dual income families, multiple income families, fixed income families, variable income families, and passive income families, where all that you earn are shares and rents. You just wait and somebody pays money, and that's synonymous with people who are older. And usually, so their income setting is usually passive. They wake up in the morning and go to play some golf and just wait for the rent and all those things to come in, royalties to come in, because they've worked in their prime. Now, for single income families, a single income family is one where only one parent in the household, typically one of the parents, earns income while the other manages household responsibility or remains unemployed due to various reasons, such as health issues or educational pursuits or redundancy and so on. So it could be the man, it could be the woman, because it depends on what goes on. We don't know what happens in every family, and nobody will tell you. At times you see the wife, she's the one struggling. And at times she's the one that's got a job in Chevron or Seplat. You understand me? So, and that means, why don't you work towards ensuring that the income setting is stable? So, this is characterized by one earning member supporting the entire household and non-earning member often managing the household chores and childcare. This is common in traditional family settings and in societies where a stay-at-home parent is preferred. It could be the husband only working while the wife stays at home with zero income or earns occasional income. Could be wife only working while the husband stays at home, basically maybe for health reasons or just redundancy sake or age. Husband and wife could be also full-time professionals, career people with fixed and regular incomes. There are advantages. Easier to manage homes, responsibilities, and childcare. That is, you can trust that my wife is there. One parent can focus entirely on family well-being, while the other focuses on earning the income for the family. But there are challenges. Financial vulnerability if income source is lost, or the spouse passes on. it creates a major confusion. And that is the reason why you have a lot of widows going through what they're going through. And so it may not be the best. Increased pressure on the sole earning member of the family, because it's not just thinking of his family, it's thinking of the entire society. We all know how these things work. Every day, you know how many WhatsApp messages you receive. Somebody asking for something, making demands, some even shouting through the WhatsApp, please help, they don't let hunger kill me. You get all these things every day, and you still have your families to cater for. The multiple income families, these families have more than 2 earning members, including parents, adult children, or extended family members that lives within. The characteristics, income sources may include multiple working family members, common in extended family systems or joint families, usually seen in societies with strong family support network. The advantages, greater financial security and diverse income streams. Shared financial burden reduces stress on individual earner, and then ability to invest and accumulate wealth more efficiently for future use. Challenges, potential conflicts in financial decision-making. Unequal income contribution may create tensions in the home. Dependency issues amongst non-earning members. Whom do you depend on? They say, go and meet your father. Go and meet your uncle. Go and meet that, and then you keep getting this. Fixed income families. There are also fixed income families who rely on a steady and predictable source of income, such as salaries, pensions, or social security benefits. Characteristics. Income remains stable over a period without major fluctuations, provided there are no medical challenges, accidents, or situations. Easier long-term planning and savings. Less risk of financial uncertainty. The challenges, limited opportunity for income growth. Inflation can erode purchasing power over time. Sudden economic downturn, job losses, or even medicals, like I said, can be problematic when you have only fixed income. Number 4, variable income families. Families with variable income experience fluctuations in their earnings due to the nature of their jobs or businesses. Income can vary based on market conditions, sales, or freelance work, common among self-employed individuals, entrepreneurs, and gig workers. Now, budgeting and financial planning require adaptability. Advantages, potential for high earning during peak periods, greater financial independence and flexibility, ability to diversify income sources. Those are the common advantages. Then challenges, income instability makes long-term financial planning difficult, increased financial stress during low income period, need for a strong financial buffer or emergency fund. Now, dual income family, that's why we're here. Most of us are working. We go to work, we come back. Our wives go to work, they come back. We sit over our family, our homes, our children. Now, this is the real business. How do we manage within the home? What am I depending on? What are you depending on? What are your areas? How do you run the affairs and not leaving everything to those housemates that came from the village that do not know what goes on in life? So these are the areas we should divert our thoughts and our attention. Our focus today, however, is the dual income family. A dual income family consists of 2 earning members, usually both parents or spouses, who contribute financially to household. In today's fast-paced world, dual income parenting has become the norm rather than the exception. With both parents contributing financially to the household, families enjoy greater financial stability and increased opportunities for their children. However, This arrangement also presents unique challenges that require careful navigation. This paper explores the advantages and difficulties of dual income parenting, offer practical solutions and real-world examples to help families achieve a harmonious balance. Benefits of dual income parenting. One of the most significant advantages of a dual income household is financial security. With two sources of income, families can afford better housing, education, healthcare, and recreational activities. This financial stability can lead to a higher quality of life for both parents and children. Additionally, dual income families often have the means to invest in long-term financial goals, such as home ownership and retirement savings. Another key benefit is the opportunity for professional growth for both parents. When both partners work, they have the chance to advance in their careers, gain new skills, and achieve personal fulfillment. This not only contributes to their self-esteem, but also sets a positive example for their children, demonstrating the value of hard work and perseverance. Furthermore, dual income parenting can promote gender equality in the household. Shared financial responsibility often lead to a more equitable distribution of household chores and parenting duties. This can foster a cooperative and respectful family dynamic, reducing the likelihood of resentment and burnout. Challenges of dual income parenting. Despite this benefit, dual income parenting comes with its own fair share of challenges. High income residential locations, usually when you have enough income, you start looking at moving to Lekki or Magodo or Ikeja GRA. You know those three areas. If I do a sample now, everybody here is in those areas. So obviously, or VI extension. So you normally want somewhere good and you want your children to go to very good school, high benefit schools. Okay, so dual income parents, because they can afford it, often stay in high income residential area with attendant amenities like schools, stores, malls, all expensive. Professional aspiration. Both parents are often professionals with a lot of upbeat, always on point and on time delivery mentality. Rising to the top of their professional careers is always paramount and uppermost in their hearts. And things are the detriment, and all these are the detriment of any and everything includes their family. Let's remember, all of us have time. We work with time. During Christmas, my wife works with MTN, and she had this major target. We are hitting 100 billion in 1 week. And it was on the way we were going for Christmas. Her laptop was on her feet. She was working till 3 a.m. every day, waking up, and then you have a call from when the CEO is calling her, when the exec is calling her, and we're cooking chicken in the kitchen. You can imagine how we want to enjoy Christmas. So you understand what I mean? So these are very simple examples that honestly it was quite recent. And of course, MTN, don't let me, I should. Thank you very much. Well, she got an award for it. So she got the CEO's award somehow for it. So, but then the implication on the children, but thank God at that period I'd taken some few days off. I was there. I was ready to go into the kitchen. I was ready to fry the chicken. I was ready to help out with the cooking of the fried rice and jollof rice. So you can imagine that is when we have to leverage on each other. It's not about who is in the kitchen. It's about the food being on the table. So these are our professional aspirations. We all desire to move up and so on. So then lack of adequate bonding time. The family in the face of this high octane money making suffers tremendously as all avenues for the family to bond are burnt up. We're talking of meeting the children's need, honestly. I can tell you, yesterday, when I came in, my daughter said, Daddy, it's been a long time that we've had this kind of thing. We're eating, all of us were eating in the sitting room, biting some sweet chicken. And then, Daddy, it's been a long time we've had something like this. This is good family time. I think we should just start watching some films. I said, oh, I have paper to deliver this morning. And I had to take permission, but I recognize that and I'm taking it as a project that must be done because she has drawn our attention to it. She's 12. She's going to be 12 next month. So she has drawn our attention to it. And that is the need they have. And the need for us to create that time, both watch film and something. Now, sometimes ago, in 2010, I had an opportunity of getting an international job. But at that time, we were waiting for children, and I felt it wasn't the right time. Let that job stay. International job could be enticing, especially when you see the dollars they're going to pay you. I turned it down because I know that it will be the end of my family if I try to take that job at that time. In 2017, the same organization came back and they said, this time around, we now have 9 subsidiaries and we want you to become the group COO. The group CEO has been requesting for you. And I will have to live in Sierra Leone because it's a West African-owned organization. But they have subsidiaries in 9 countries, including the UK. And I will have to sit on the board of the 9 companies because I'm the group CEO. That means if you calculate it, there is usually 4 board meetings in a year, committee meetings, flight time, return, and so on. When I calculated it, I looked at the number of days. The income was juicy. I can tell you, the basic was $400,000. Wonderful income in 2017. But my first daughter was 4. And my second daughter was 3 years old. And I said, no. I turned my eyes because I felt, how would my children learn who I am? How would they know what is right from what is wrong? I have grown by integrity. How else can they know that integrity is the way of life? If I sit out there and they are here and they go, now they would not have recognized, they would just see me as a visitor that comes to the house maybe twice in a year. That's the truth. So I'm happy that I turned it down. I'm happy at what my children are becoming. I'm happy with the level of income that God has blessed me with. It's not about money all the time. We've got to learn that. It's not about all money. We've got to invest in our children. We've got to learn. We've got to teach. We've got to make them what we can mold them into before they take a decision about their life. It is the foundation period that matters the most. And once you lose that foundation period, I tell you, you've lost it all. Today, I ensure that as long as I'm in the house, I am the one that will drive them into their school because we have bonding time. They tell me things that I come back home and tell their mom, your daughter said this. She will say, but they didn't tell me. I said, okay. But the truth is, the opportunity I have driving every day for 30 minutes, taking them to school, helps me. And once in a while, I surprise them. I just shut down at work and I say, I'm picking them up myself. I drive to their school. I get involved. I am also involved in every event in their school. I did everything to change my flight to yesterday morning so that I can be part of the inter-house sports. Because in their schools, both of them are in different schools now. In their schools, I am very well known by everybody that cares to know. I am involved. I will rather fly in today and fly back after the event. I must be there. It's deliberate and it's important to me. My parents gave me that. I want to ensure they have that also. As long as there's and I also ensure that I am attending all their ARDs. There are 2 of them. So when mommy is attending one, I will attend the other. And that is the standard for my living, for my family. I believe this is key. This is important. I'm sure there are some people that they have older children. They will also be willing to tell us what we need to learn as they go to the next level, teenagers and everything of their life. You know, but this is my own simple experience in the few years that God has blessed me with children. Now, another major issue is the time management. Balancing work responsibilities with parenting duties can be overwhelming, leading to stress and exhaustion. Parents often struggle to attend school events, help with homework, and spend quality time with their children. I've said it all. I try to do my best, but it is still not enough. I will still look for opportunities to be able to be there for them while they are growing. My parents created this time. Yes, their own times were not as challenging. The demand of work was not as set as demanding. But these days, I tell you, I want to be a present parent, not an absentee daddy, no absentee mom. My wife is doing a lot to support that, but that is not enough. I want to be there, and I want them to recognize it all the time. Another challenge is cost of childcare. Many dual income families rely on daycare centers, nannies, or after-school programs, which can be expensive in some cases. One parent may find that their salary barely covers childcare expenses, making it a tough decision to continue working. Now, then another thing I want to is it's good to spend time, but let that time, no matter how short, let it be quality time. I call this point quality time versus length of time. If you're going to spend 30 minutes, let the 30 minutes be 30 minutes with objectives, with goals, and with accomplishments in the life of the children. Let them see you lie down on the sitting room rug with them, going through their homework. Days I will come back home just to be with them when they are practicing for one competition or the other, especially dance competitions. I'll be the one clapping and celebrating. Wow, you're doing it well. I don't even know the songs. But I just want to be sure I'm there, because they will clear my entire sitting room, remove all the tables and chairs, and then they come there, their friends, their parents will drop them. And so they will be practicing because they need to win the competition. What's that their name? Golden Girls. Yes, the Golden Girls. They need to win the competition. So I have to contribute my own quota. Just going to pick them in school, bringing the 4 of them home, and then staying with them, sitting on the staircase, watching them doing the dance and clapping. I think I've done all. But however, I don't even know the songs, like I said. They know which song, they choose their song, they choose their dancing steps. But the encouragement you give them, and then being at those competitions on those days, give them so much encouragement. It results in their performance in school, because you are encouraging them to be free to do what they want to do, to be able to act, and so on. I stand to ensure that they do their presentations when they have debates. After doing the writing it up, I review it. We build all their projects together, all the projects. I sit there on Sunday afternoon. I also pastor in church. And you can imagine every Sunday I preach. So you can now imagine what goes on again. So but on Sunday, when we come back home, I will sit with them. Those projects, we will do it together. And anytime, and then we create time to travel. We just go off 2 weeks, 3 weeks, at least twice in a year. And those times are critical for family bonding. And so they're very critical. I've advised some of my colleagues, friends, neighbors. I've told them, one of my trips, we traveled. And we got there to London. Within 2 days, I saw my wife's hair. I said, wow, this hair is lovely. She said, which hair? The one I did 4 weeks ago. You can imagine the effect of lack of bonding time, even to your spouse. To your spouse, not to talk of the children. So we need to create those times. You know, so additionally, dual income parents may experience relationship strain, just like the example I gave. You'll be surprised. She might just be coping so that nothing will go wrong. But the truth is, when you go out, travel to Dubai, go to Ghana, go to Abuja if you live in Lagos. There are quiet places you can be. just the two of you, and you will come back refreshed, seeing things that you've not seen, knowing what you have not known, discussing things you have not never discussed. These are some of the, then, like I said, emotional challenges due to the huge strain placed on members of the family. A lot of emotional challenges and issues begin to show, stemming from pent-up needs and unvoiced angers and anguish. The atmosphere becomes tense and everyone are put on edge. The truth is, as much as possible, I try to connect with the family daily, even when I travel. It's now compulsory. We must do video call to pray in the night. I must pray with the family. And my children will ask, Daddy, let's see your room. So you have to go through the bathroom, the everything. Okay, this room is nice. Is this the place we are going to stay when we come to Abuja? Yes. But that is the way it helps to keep all of us together every day. Anywhere I am, I try to rush my meetings to be home for the family time, for the family prayer time. Now, practical strategies for success. Navigate these challenges effectively, dual income parents can implement several practical strategies. Effective time management, it has to be deliberate. You have to make up your mind. I am closing at 5 today. Not the company closes 5. I usually leave the office 8:30 because between 5 and that time is the time I'm able to read through my mails, because you're always having one meeting or the other, guests coming in, somebody challenging you, somebody bringing this, they need solution to this, they need your approval on this, they need this, all the minutes. Sir, there's one payment, I'm waiting your approval. There's one, sometimes I'll just write, I'll say, I will do this later. That would be my response, because it will still go on. Welcome Dr. Hassan, Adeika Hassan and his wife. He's my director at International Energy Insurance. I didn't know that he was coming. He didn't tell me, but you're welcome, sir, ma'am. So, effective time management. You just got to make deliberate effort to create that timing. You got to do that. You know, creating structured schedule can help parents allocate time efficiently. For example, the Johnson family, a dual income household, uses a shared digital calendar to plan their week. They schedule work commitments, children's activities, and family time to ensure that responsibilities are evenly distributed. This approach helps them stay organized and reduces last-minute stress. Flexible work arrangements. Many employers now offer flexible work options, such as remote work, compressed work weeks, or adjustable hours. Take the case of Modupe, a marketing professional who negotiated a hybrid work schedule with her employer. This arrangement allows her to work from home 2 days a week, reducing commute time and enabling her to be more present for their children. Now, even my organization, we have work from home days. Now, from this meeting, I am making up my mind to propose even increased such and flexible resumption hours, because the family requires it, the children requires it, the home requires it. Even the business will be the benefactor at the end of the day, because when things are fine at home, at the end of the day, you are able to think better, you are able to run better, you are able to do things with a lot of encouragement from your wife. So, outsourcing household tasks. Delegating house chores can relieve stress. Some families hire cleaning services or use meal delivery subscription to save time. For instance, the Smiths, both full-time employees, use a grocery delivery service and a weekly cleaning service to lighten their workload. This enables them to spend more quality time with their kids instead of all the time working and doing family chores. Prioritizing quality family time. Dual income parents can make the most of their limited time by engaging in meaningful activities. The Omar family, For example, designate Sunday as a family day. They engage in outdoor activities, cook meals together, and limit screen time to foster bonding. Establishing such traditions helps strengthen family relationships despite busy schedules. Often, open communication and emotional support. Maintaining open and honest communication is crucial. Couples should regularly check in with each other to discuss challenges and share responsibilities. Ope and Toyin, a working couple with 2 young children, have weekly relationship check-ins where they deliberately discuss concerns, appreciations, and plans. This practice helps them to stay connected, address issues before they escalate. Let me share some of my personal experiences on the subject. I'm a chief executive officer in my office with all its attendants busy schedule, particularly in the insurance industry, where we operate with business and regulatory meetings scheduled across the country, especially to Abuja or sometimes abroad. There is always one very important reason or the other to be on the road or in the air. Some of these scheduling are back to back, which means I'll be out of my home sometimes at a stretch. And trust me, it is not because I like junketing about, because I love my family so much. I love my family and love to be around them as much as I can. But there is exigency of duty. Now, so how do I cope? I still prioritize my family. I am deliberate about keeping in touch and connecting with my wife and children. No matter how busy I get, I create time to call them and speak to them one by one. I try to do that. It's difficult. At times, my wife will be calling me in the middle of meeting, and it's difficult to really pick it, especially depending on the type of meetings you're in. Now, when some travel scheduling are back to back on a stretch, I cut him on it, fly back to be home, especially at very important dates and time, to be with my family. And believe me, this decision is not cheap. It is at a cost, because a day or two after, I have to take off again to meet my schedule, an appointment. But it is a cost worth taking. There was a day my little daughter would not sleep around 12. I was talking. And then all that she said is, "Daddy, I'm missing you." The next morning, a flight back to Lagos just to come and be. I had other meetings, but I had to stop it, come back home. 12 o'clock for her not to, at that time she was even around 3 years old. And I said, I won't leave this. I just have to come back. It's going to be at a cost, but it's a cost worth taking. And I had to come back, then meet with the family 2 days, and then went back. It was necessary. This has happened to me severally. Also because I understand the need for family bonding or cohesion. Whenever I'm around, I volunteer to do things at home. I have my special Sunday meal. I do daddy's special. I'm the one that cooks the night. That's Sunday night thing. Yes, I do it myself. They do every other thing, but that number one, is daddy special. And I taught my children how to do daddy special. Now they do it for me by the grace of God. You understand? So, and I enjoy it when they cook, because that is just to create time to be in the kitchen. It's been a long time that we've watched the cars together. They've drawn my attention to it. Daddy, when are we have drivers. So fortunately, those washing of cars becomes very difficult, especially when you need your most wanted sleep just to be able to cross, at least sleep for one day till 7 a.m. or 9 a.m. It's always very tough one. And it is not about the money. No, this is another common mistake parents make again, especially daddies. They believe that once the bill is sorted, that is it. No, your presence, your connection matters, sometimes beyond just making all the payments. Daddies and mommies, it is not about they are in CHI they are in this school, they are in that school. It is also about how much of you that you are giving to them, how much of you that is present in their life. That is why your children will say what you will say. In fact, at times, my children knows how I sleep. They will tell you, Daddy, who sleeps like this? Who, if you want, they'll say, Daddy, you hold your phone. One will not know that you are already sleeping. And it will be thinking that you are holding a call when I'm exhausted. Maybe I just finished the call and I just sleep on. They tell you all this and they understand it. Also, it's good for them to also, it's not one-sided. It's good for them also to understand why we're going through all this. You know, so very important for us to carry them along. I invite them once in a while to my office. And one day, my little daughter said, Daddy, I want to be, then I was an executive director and they put it on my door. Daddy, I want to be an executive director like you. You are forming what they need to be. And that day was one of the happiest days of my life. Why? Because the reason I turned down the job, $400,000, was so that I can put myself into them. And the truth is, the fact that she confirmed it without me telling her that I want to be an executive director like you and sit in a big office, it tells me something about, they know that it's not easy. It's about hard work. They know it's either I'm on my phone, I'm on my laptop, or I'm traveling. That's how it is. But they understand, and I try to carry them along because I create the time also for them. So it's not about just paying the bill. It's not about just paying the bills. Let's work for the bills. Let's create the time. Let's be present daddies and present mommies. I also deliberately create family fun time to create enduring memories like outings and vacations. Yes, especially vacations. I am so particular about our family vacations and don't take it lightly. I clear my schedules, fix it at a time that my job will be less demanding and all that. But truly, it is easier said than done. I've had to postpone vacations in some occasions. I was to travel out with the family 19th of August. A few days before then, the regulators wrote us on Friday. We were to go Monday. And the regulators wrote, we are visiting and we'll be with you for 3 weeks. Oh my God. It has to be powered down, cancelled, but with a lot of begging and with specific fixing it. And they see that I moved the ticket, I booked accommodation, I did everything for a new date. That was, and we all coped. And because it's regulator, I don't have a choice. If I had landed in London and they called my attention, I would have had to cut my holiday short and come back because it was that important. It was a major regulatory visit. So you have these challenges also. So the few times, some of the times also, it will just be their midterm break. And you know, their midterm break starts from one Thursday like that and ends the next Monday. You have 10 days. If you get to know about those midterm breaks, just Wednesday, run and buy your tickets, jet out, spend that time, and let's come back. You will always enjoy it. It's not all about planning, but that's all it is. It's about having it, even if it's just to wake up and sleep in your room, waking up at 10 a.m. for the next 5 days with all the children and yourself, you will see that there is value in it. That I've done before, and I've seen that. But truly, it is easier said than done, like I said. The whole idea is to be a present parent, a present father or mother in the lives of our children. And at least, I forget to mention it, my wife also, like I said, sacrifices a lot for her time, emotions, to cushion the impact of my being away at sometimes, and most of the time, not sometimes. I travel a lot. From here to here, this, that, you just do a lot. She's sometimes not also happy that I must be away for so long at sometimes too, but she truly understands and the nature and demands of my job. And sometimes I also take her along on some of those trips just to close that down. while I am not recommending my solutions to you, my charge here is for each of us to find out what will work for us as families and be deliberate about making it work. In conclusion, finally, dual income parenting represents both opportunities and obstacles. While financial stability, career growth, gender equality, and notable benefits, challenges such as time management, child care costs, relationship strains require proactive solution. By implementing effective time management, seeking flexible work arrangement, outsourcing tasks, prioritizing family time, and fostering open communication, dual income parents can create a fulfilling and balanced family life. With careful planning and teamwork, families can successfully navigate the dynamics of dual income parenting, ensuring the well-being and happiness of all the members of the household. I am sure with this discussion and discussions and take-homes from here, we will be better equipped to handle situations better and our families will be happier for it. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I believe I've been able to communicate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was really a very interesting and it really shared us some experiences, not just giving us theories. How he has been able to actualize achieving dual income parenting for his family. So we have we can take questions. If you have questions, just signal. We have the microphone in front of you. I'll just call on you to ask your questions. If you have a question, just signal. Okay, great. I start.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. So my question is, from the way you spoke, what can reduce the restriction from the high point to the extent as we see over to things say the middle level staff wouldn't have flexibility to do work to see how they manage their families?
Thank you very much. You must understand that I did not become CEO budget. I went through the lot. And I can tell you, one thing that we have never made, having regular vacation. It helps to create that balance. And we always ensure that we have our vacations together all of the time. We've been married now for 24 years. We've had our vacations together. And that has helped us to bond, to keep the home from, and to ensure we have enough time for the children. Also, all decisions are well taken together. We always, at least we agree on those things. So it helps us to balance the situation. So whether I was a junior person, you are entitled to an annual where you work or where you work, there is vacation. Those are the times you cash in on those times that you don't have control over. I have time to, I can say I'm shutting down. Of course, if I give people deadline and I say this not be over, in fact, most of them are here today. Today is Saturday, I'm delivering a paper, but we also have a job to do. I am working, we're working, work better the lots of ourselves, of our family. And so we have to do it together, you know, some of these things. But then we also have flexible days where they work and which demands are not being except maybe we have a board meeting or prepare, we have a deadline. I mean, clients just got to respond to them. But when you use your work from home days at work, the next day you can take it from home. These are some of the flexibilities we have. When you can't meet all needs, you can't attend to everything. And it's not, that's why I said it's for all of us to discuss. So that it's not, these are my own experiences and this is the time. But remember, I became one CEO 2 years ago. I would be nice of you. Old and young. All right, thank you very much. I hope I've been able to give some of that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, okay, we don't have any more questions. Okay, so I'll just I need some notes. Okay, okay, ma'am.
Sorry, it's not a question. It's a contribution. Feeling and intentional credit doesn't mean that you have to plan a vacation or whatever. If there is money, we can do that, right? Be there for your child at every moment. Not physically sometimes because of our workload, but emotionally you are there. You know, that is very important. Spending time, even if it is 4 hours you are with them in the night before they sleep, spending time with them, that builds them, that builds their confidence. So that is very important. Thank you.
Very much, ma'am. So I have my own quotes as I was thinking. I'm not saying the values, the importance of bonding time, you know. Even talked about how the importance of having family-friendly policy in the organization, which it has to also encourage the this importance of parenting for the staff. So it's actually very beautiful. So I think I got a quote here that says, "Your values become your destiny," and he actually stated this when he actually talked about how, as parents, we can ensure that our family values are not lost in the pursuit of professional success. You know, he gives the example of taking declining the 400,000 dollars. So you also talk about the bonding time with children. You know, to be your children's memories tomorrow, you have to be in their lives today. You know, to have to think about it, what simple yet important or intentional actions can we take daily to remain fully present in our children's lives despite our busy schedules? Okay, we need to really think about that. Okay, and then also our children, so the way we talk to our children become their inner voice. See how he continuously engages them, tries to involving the dancing, the song. Don't worry, that's not really that kind of think about the song. So we have to think about how to engage about how we can ensure that our children feel emotionally secure and supported even when both of our parents have demanding careers. And so I can go on and on, but I just wanted to I just picked out this while you were speaking, and it's really fun. I believe everyone of us has something we picked out of that. Okay, great. So we're going to move to the panel sessions. We have the first panel session that's comprised of the couple, who are parents, who are also professionals. We also have, so we have, okay, let me just read out the list of our panelists. So we have Mr. and Barrister Mrs. Patrick Erumosele. They are, we have their profiles in our brochure on page 15. You can find them, Mr. Patrick Erumosele and Mrs. Erumosele. So for those online, Mr. Patrick Erumosele is a seasoned professional with over 20 years experience in technical and business management across various industries, including aviation, oil and gas, and real estate. He has worked in both public and private sectors, holding senior leadership positions and possessing a deep understanding of their dynamics. He holds degrees in aerospace engineering, business administration, mathematics from the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, USA, and from the Lagos Business School. He's a certified integral child education by the Institute for Work and Family Integration and by Lagos Business, and he's happily married with five children. His wife, Mrs. Mofe Eromosele, is a seasoned oil and gas lawyer with over 15 years experience in the industry. She hails from Warri in Delta State. She has also obtained a Bachelor in Laws from the Warwick University in England and a Master of Law from Cornell University in Ithaca, New York. She is currently the Company Secretary and Legal Advisor of ANOH Gas Processing Company and is happily married with 5 children. Great. So we have, so this is Mr. Patrick and Mrs. Eromosele. The next panelist I want to introduce to us is Barrister Mrs. Nneka Izani. She is a lawyer and a member of the Association of Professional Negotiators and Mediators. She works in the Global Tech Talent Company. She's a certified marriage counselor, pre-marriage preparation care, and enrichment facilitator under the Family and Human Life within the Catholic Archdiocese of Lagos. She counsels couples in and out of Nigeria and has over 10 years experience doing this. She's also a counselor of Relate Africa. She's also a resource personnel of the Institute for Work and Family Integration, a member and a resource person for the Nigerian Association for Family Development. She's a certified associate member of Family Systems Engineering under the Center for Education and Family Life. She's the founder of Family United Network, an organization that advocates for family unity and development. She has spoken on different youth platforms, conferences, workshops, and seminars on topics that border on relationship, marriage, life, and work management issues. Okay, so this is Mrs. Nneka, Barrister Nneka, exactly. And then our last panelist for this session, for the first panel session, is Dr. Benga Adebayo. Join me on page 18. Yes, he's the founder and chief executive officer of Living Health International, a limited liability company based in Nigeria, an adjunct lecturer in the School of Public Health of the University of Medical Sciences, Ondo State, Nigeria. He serves as a health solutions and health communications consultant to many organizations as well as government agencies, their programming design, implementation, documentation, and dissemination efforts. Using established communication for change models, he has produced and directed many documentaries, educational health kits, and drama. He's also seeking for new and innovative ways to engage people to promote their health and boost their productivity. He created and hosted the first online Pidgin English health show, Area Doctor. His areas of interest include leadership, health promotion, health communication, e-health, and helping organizations find the link between health and productivity. He's a sought-after public speaker and author and has published in leading academic journals and newspapers. He's a PS scholar. He obtained his international master's in public health at the prestigious Hebrew University at the Sabron School of Public Health, magna cum laude. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Benga Adebayo. And then our moderator for this session would be Mrs. Bolanle Onime. Mrs. Bolanle Onime. Okay. So she's a graduate of English from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Osun State, and holds a master's degree in industrial and labor relations from the University of Lagos, Akoka, Yaba. and an MBA from Rome Business School. She's a full member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, full member of the Institute of Training and Development, fellow of the Institute for Management Consultants, a certified management consultant, a graduate of the GOTNI Leadership Academy, graduate member of the Management Development Institute of CMD, member of the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, and a member of HRCI and SHRM. She is an experienced human resource practitioner with a demonstrated history of working in the investment banking, insurance, IT, and aviation IT, and currently in the maritime industry. Her areas of core competencies are strategic HR management, learning and development, performance management, and organizational development, amongst others. She's currently the HR lead at Leadway Pensions. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our panelists for section one. We're going to have this with our panelists who sit up here. But before we have this presentation, what we have is the presentation of the plaque to Mr. Shobilola.
We invite Dr. Mel Odumomodu from Yaba Tech to do this for us. Thank you for that. Director of Special Duties in Yaba Tech. Very recognize your presence. It is indeed a pleasure for me to present today. That you have done a very wonderful presentation, and everybody here has enjoyed to deliver of this. So, on behalf of the Institute of Work and Family Integration, this is an appreciation award presented to you. Olashopo Shobilola as the keynote speaker at this conference. Congratulations. Congrats. Then, Madam, I think we should also join us here to receive this beautiful award.
I need to dedicate it.
I'll give it this mic. So, congratulations, Madam, for this award.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is appreciated. Glad and very happy to have been a part of this. Even while writing this paper, I can tell you that I was learning some new things. Honestly, that's the truth. Some new decisions have been made while even reading the paper. These things have a way of speaking back to you, you know, especially areas where you're falling short. So I did that also, even from my own paper. Thank you very much for the information. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Dr. Williams, can you please confirm that it's okay for us to stand up? Sorry, we've been sitting for so long. My watch has been buzzing over and over. It's time to stand. So can we just stand, stretch for just like a minute, and then we can have our seat back. Thank you. Okay, so thank you. We may have our seats. Thank you. I'm moderating this session, and as has been said, my name is Polani Obime. I'm a HR practitioner. So where are we sitting? Yeah, this is the mics, right? Okay, so yes, let's maintain. But then, Mr. and Barrister Masaya. Yes, and we, so that when I'm directing the questions, everybody will know where to look. Can you please signify? Thank you, that's a bit of trouble there. And Barrister Nika and Dr. Bayan. Okay, so now we know ourselves. Okay, so just that Mr. Shagilola is stepping out. His session has been very, very wonderful, eye-opening, and we had some discussions prior to coming in here, and everything is just tying up together that we as parents, we really need to do better than we're doing, because it seems we are raising an entitled generation. And I also love the fact that we have a school administrator here. This is a very good forum where we need to all have an open mind. I feel so good. I spent the whole of my Thursday and Friday attending my children in the house sports and jumping, you know. They said, oh, you have to make one trouser that others have to match. My mother was laughing at me. I did it. You have to do this. I did it. And when my son's house came first, see the excitement. I was jumping. At the same time, responding to emails and getting my job done. But then now I feel so good. I feel like now I can imagine what's going on in my head. That yes, my mom was there, my dad was there. So it's very good. We are focusing on the balancing act. How do we navigate the impact of dual income parenting on family values? So I would need to start with the couple we have. I know Mr. Shagilola spoke about his own time, but then now we're hearing from both sides. How are you ensuring that the fact that you both have to go to work, let me step down here, that you both have to go to work, don't lose the fact that you need to have a me time. You know, now we talked about, oh, these children, I'm not sure they are going to gather as much as we are gathering. I'm not sure they're going to even want, because most times what we want, not what we need. I'm not sure they're going to want as much as, because Barrister can give an example and say, give it to your brothers. I don't need all those things. What do I need them for? I've built a life abroad. And that's what we are having. Now we're sending our children abroad to that study. And we are piling up all the wealth in Nigeria. Go to GRA, there are lots of abandoned homes there. That the children are not even anywhere here. Some of them don't even know. So we ourselves as a couple, tell me, I would need to hear from Sarah Masele, then Barrister Sarah Masele. Have you been managing and balancing your me time? That this is me, this is us as a couple. Can you share your experiences?
Okay. Confirm I'm audible. Can everyone hear me? Yeah.
Not really.
It's not working. I'll push this.
And I'm also those experiences.
Okay. All right. So the context today, two things: dual income parenting and then the family tree. If you look at the income side of things, working for an organization, and most organizations will tell you the foundation is your vision and your mission is what the organization is built on. And your vision and mission as an organization essentially says, this is who we are as an organization, this is where we're going, and this is how we're going to get there. And it's a very similar thing on the family front. You have to know who you are as a family, where you are going, and how you're going to get there. So understanding the reality that nobody here, no living thing made themselves, we're all coming from one source. So as a family, faith first. Once you have that foundation that, okay, we are creatures of God, and where we are going is we're passing to this earth and trying to get to heaven. You now start understanding that what work you are doing is a means towards getting to heaven. It's a vocation. So for those who work corporately and for those who work at home, taking care of the family, it's the same kind of thing. So how we navigate that as a family, to get to your question directly, is we have that foundation. So everything we're doing in our family, it's faith, family first. Next thing is that marriage is a partnership, husband and wife. So you can look at yourself as, co-chairman of the organization. And then finally, leading by example. It's not enough to just talk. Your children watch you. So let me pause here and have my wife give on to say thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very much a pleasure to be here. So for me, how do I navigate the me time? And for me, it's really quite critical because I'm quite introverted by nature. So if I don't recharge, there's no moment to reset the household really. And the primary one I do is every evening around like 7:15, I go to a quiet place. So I go to Blessed Sacrament. And I just sit there in 30 minutes. And I just let the presence of God just wash over me. And by the time I'm done with that and I come out, problems haven't disappeared, but there's calm and there's clarity. And that's how I come out and I have my focus, okay, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to do, and this is how I'm going to do it. So typically what I do, very demanding work, but I find a clock, I pick up my bag and I say, I'm going, let the heavens fall, but I'm going home. So I get home, wash the car with my son, supervise the washing of the uniform, all of that good stuff. And while I'm doing that, what I basically do as far as even for myself, is ask myself, so I make sure at the end of the day, I'm a fruitful mother. What does this next human being next to me need right now? That could be the nanny, could be the children, could be my husband. What does this person need? And then try and meet that need. For one person, it might be they just want to talk about the idea and how it went. For another person, might be this person is just quiet, everything is one word answer, yes, no. To probe a little more and find, okay, why is this person not at their peak, emotionally speaking? And that's why exercise for me is very key, very, very key. So I try and sacrifice 30 minutes, every other day if I can, to either put in cardio or to lift weights. It sounds extreme, but the energy boost is the same. You get like 30 to 40% more energy, you're more present intellectually, and on your game. So as far as the personal me stuff, that's what I do. And then as far as us as a couple, every night we try and spend just 30 minutes, just go to the balcony and just chase. We try and do that, just decompress, catch up what's going on in each other's lives and all of that. And then once a week we have a Saturday sessions. Not just for the dates, just go somewhere, pizza, soon, fish, and just chill and gist and catch up on us. So that's how I do the me and women thing.
Oh, that's awesome. So sorry, there's somebody in this room called Mr. I don't know who he is. At least we do the 30 minutes work every day. But then the Saturday time out and the maybe annual vacation or once in a while, I think we can hear. I'm not mentioning it. Thank you. So don't mind the house in the house. So Dr. Finger, let me come to you. As a medical practitioner, as a psychologist, and everything wrapped into one because you are just one bundle of talent. I don't know. So what are the potential effects of dual income on children? These are children, they know what they are doing. They will, because they know. In my own household, I'm the what you need. My husband is the what you want. Once they have been able to wrap themselves around him and they said they are going out, and I come out, where are you? Let's go. Say, no, mommy, you're not coming with us. That's if you see riot, you are not coming because they know. In fact, the other day they were telling me, no, mommy, you say, no, you don't need this. No, this is not healthy. No, you can actually combine this. Like, the way they were dramatizing, I was like, so this is what you guys have told me to. And sometimes they will come back and I'll be checking the cards. What did you buy? They say, you see, that's why we wanted to go with us. They have a way of now sidelining me and all that. So they know what they are doing. But then, how do we handle this so that we don't have them wrapping us around and we also preserve, would I say, the family values, their psychological well-being, knowing that they can always take from both sides of the divide and we might not know when we are overstepping or understepping or just how do we balance it?
All right, thank you so much. First, a big thank you to the Institute for inviting and having me. I've been away for so long, I had to come into town just for this conference. And I'm feeling left out. But everybody has said that my wife too, I'm married to one wife, and I have 3 beautiful kids. And I wish I brought my wife. I think it would have been a good time for us to. So that means that to appeal in advance, I will need to leave immediately after this session so that I can obey what we are saying. And when I told I was going to wait again, I'm going. So what are the effects of dual income on families and children? Thank you. I think we first need to say that our children are wired to want to please us. Children are wired to want to please their parents. It doesn't matter, even about I don't know how old you are, whether you are 70, 80, 50, nobody 70 years. There's still something in you. If your parents were here, you want them to be proud of you. You want them to look at you and shake their hand and say, well done. Even if your father was a bad man, there's still something in you that still wants you to see that man is proud of me. My mother is proud of me. So the question is not how does it doesn't matter whether it's dual income, single income, there's always an effect on the children. And I think our keynote speakers are on all the important things. Our children want to be, they just want to be us. They want to be like you. They want to make you proud. So the onus is upon us, whether you're dual income or single income. Because if you be a dual income now, there will be something that will happen, there will be a transition where you become a single income. There will be, if what values do you have? What are your values? What do your children know that my daddy, my mommy care about me? Do they know that it's not just the money, it's not just the provision? You listen to them. Do you know that that you know that you will have their back? There was a time my daughter, many years, I was driving out to school. She was having an exams. I said, you should do very well. Do very well so that I'll be proud of you. I said, that's why I'm working so that I can provide for you to do your school fees, so that you can do this thing. And then she kept quiet. She just said, right there, she said, if you are not doing well in the past, will you be proud of me? I don't do that on the learning moments. Those are important moments to make her realize that I have a back. So I just parked by the side of the road. I said, I don't want you to be the best. All I want you to do is to be your best. If you do your best, no matter what it is, I will always be proud of you. I'm like to say that I need to girl now. She's not in part 2 government university. She's a first-class student. And I'm proud of her. So it doesn't matter what you do. So as dual income parents, whether you are dual income, whether you are working for yourself, someone is working for you, or you are, make sure that you are passing the right values across to your children. Because if you build the house and you don't build children, but one of the things dual income families do, you teach them enough resources to do many things. After a while, those children will sell their house, and you'll be left with nothing. So enjoy now, create the right values. And hopefully that we'll have good children and that we are proud of us.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So, personally, I'll come to you now. I love the fact that there's been some sort of balance. When the keynote speaker, he had seemingly all the opportunities, he had the time, he had the authority and all that. And in the aerial sellers, they were able to really bring it down to the basic from spending 30 minutes together at the time, both of them just gisting on the balcony, spending time with the children doing their chores and all that. So, but then, how do you think we can use legislation and the likes to, here now, Mr. Soyela said it's even going to advocate for more days for work from home, so we can have the time. Fantastic. But then, how do you think we can, like legally, or from the authorities, get to bring this to bear? That okay, now we are particular about the family, we are concerned about the family, and this is how we want to come in to help to make sure this happens, because everything actually starts from the home.
Thank you, Paula. Yeah, so we've had enough discussion on this already. The importance of having both parents, yes, work, but also have time for family. Employees face this challenge because we all know that to sustain a family, you need to have an income. And to have an income, you need to probably be either working for somebody or working for yourself. And this constant struggle to balance work and domestic responsibility usually falls on the employee to make an adjustment on how to make it work or how to integrate these two lifestyles. Companies, employers, policymakers, governments, communities can help to see that, because when we are talking about these things, we think, okay, it's just the parents' problem, let them deal with it. But we can only have a good workplace
when the employees are grounded and their family life is well situated, they can give their all at work. So it's usually difficult to get companies or policymakers or employers to understand that they have to make it easy for employees as well. But I think 2020 COVID actually opened up a lot to the working space, whereby people can now work from home. Initially, you have to be at the office. Whether you have something doing or not, the employer wants to see you. You have to clock in by 8, and then probably closing time is 5 p.m. But when I leave, it's when you leave. So they make it so very hard for employees to have that family time. But COVID, I think, changed the dynamics when it came to working. And it made us realize that we can actually work from home. And most companies, in fact, my company, since 2020, have been off-site. And it works. The main thing they want is make sure you meet up to your targets. That is all. Complete your targets. We can have situations where we have hybrid, like what Alkino Sika said, where you work some days at home and also you can go to the office and plug in there. These are things we can put in place in the workplace to ensure that we have a well-rounded employee who gives his all at work and also has time for his family or her family. Yeah, so what policymakers can put in place really is, like I've said, have friendly vision statements in their workplace, whereby probably, I don't know, I think I've heard of offices that have crutches at the workplace, offices that make their employees, if you're a nursing mother, you clock in later than others and then leave earlier than others. I don't know, in Nigeria, our policy is still 3 months for maternity leave. But if it can be, some people will say, okay, fathers too, can't they have maternity? I have a colleague, he's in Canada, he's on maternity for 3 months, and he's a man. He wasn't the one that gave birth, but he's at home 3 months. So these are things that have been put in place, knowing that, okay, this is now a new father, and he needs to be there for his wife, he needs to be there for his newborn. So these are the things that policymakers or even advocates, can bring up and tell our government, we need certain things in place to make life easy for employees so that we can focus on our families. Growing up in the 80s, 70s, maybe early 90s, we had parents who weren't all at work. It's either a parent was at home and one was working, or probably if both parents are working, they come back early. Most of our moms, they were teachers. Most of them had shops in front of the house, so they were always nearby. 2 p.m. they are home. But that's not the case right now. So we now have situations whereby the two parents have to leave, Lagos, 5 a.m. they've gone out of the house. If they are early back home, 7 p.m. So what happens between 5 a.m. and 7 p.m. with the children? Okay, so these are things policymakers have to really consider, and so that our family system is not disintegrated, because that's what we see is our many families. The parents are not there. These children have parents, but these parents are absent because they are working. And the parents feel that, okay, we need to work. Why I'm working is because of you. And they really can't help themselves because my employer says I have to be at work at this time. And sometimes you can't leave your workplace by 5 p.m. I like what you said that you leave the office by 5 p.m. If the world is coming down, let it come down. But some people can't really do that. I have a friend, she works in the bank, 10 p.m. she called me, she was like, I'm still at the office. At 10 p.m. And I saw told her one day, Mom, we don't see you anymore. So these children are also missing us, So if policymakers, companies, organizations can really help put certain things in place to ensure that these employees also have their family time. Because family is very important. Family goes to the roots of society.
Once we visit the family, that's when society gets better. And that's what we're seeing happening. So change the culture, put in free time at work, give people their PTOs, if once they want to take their leave, let them take their leave. If they can do hybrid, let them do hybrid. If they need to attend inter-house sports, they should be able to tell you that I want to attend inter-house sports. I have a boss. He's in the US. We're supposed to have a team meeting. And he canceled. Why did he cancel? His dog was sick. He needed to take his dog to the hospital. And he canceled the meeting. And we're now on this side of the world, we're like, for your dog, you're canceling your meeting. But that's how they see it over there. Dog is my family. That's how we see it. I need to be there. But we have children, human beings who need us, but we can't attend to them because we have to work. So we need to start looking at this thing and then advocate, labor laws. Let's see how we can begin to advocate for this thing to be changed. So our policymakers, we need to start writing bills that can help to change these acts that are crippling the family system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so we have we have some states that are really working on adjusting the maternity. I know Lagos State is 6 months now. I think, yeah, and there are some other states that are now adjusting, and some organizations pay 5 days paternity leave. But what I would also, in addition, is even in our places of work, we can actually look at our policies and improve them to make them more family friendly. I was at a meeting sometime, I think about last week or so, and someone said the reason why they go to work on Saturdays is because back in the day, no laptops, it's all these desktop computers. And before you can do anything, you have to be in the office on Saturday to still continue to serve. And nobody thought of checking to see why exactly must we have people coming on Saturday. Until we just joined, I said, hold on a minute, why are we coming here on Saturdays? And everybody started looking at themselves. Oh, really? That's true. And they asked one of the OGs, like, why are we coming? I said, those days, you can't carry your laptop. You must be in the office to use the office internet, to use the system in the office. And that was how they canceled it immediately. That's why we're here. And it's been going on for so long, nobody thought about it. Can you imagine since the advent of computers, laptops? So we need to also do a regular revamp of our policies. Let's even start from the private sector. And we as business leaders here, let's also go back and check what things do you think can change that cause a whole lot of difference, but it don't cost the company so much to have it be tweaked. So thank you so much. So I'll go back to the error service. Okay. Yeah, we've talked about, though in a way you answered part of the question when you said, let the episode go. You still can't mix both. But take, for example, the example of our speaker where the regulators are coming. I work in a highly regulated environment. And when the regulators are coming, the costs are coming down. There's nothing you can do about it except you want to license it. And you know whether there's no money. So how do you manage that? How do you, where the work is, at least for that period, the work can't just stop. And you need to balance it that, oh, this is work, this is family, but then work is taking this, then how do you close it down?
Very, very good question. And I would say my statement about the level study is a general statement. Because as company secretary, the level study happens every summer, once a quarter. When we have to committees, board meetings, and at that point, I've done 3 AM, 4 AM, 5 AM for a couple of days. What you need to do to get work done. So during those periods, first of all, I explained to my husband what's going on, and I speak to my children and like people, this is what's happening. Money has work with it. So for the next couple of days, it's like I have it now. So very this is how far. For you guys, stay on top of this, stay on top of that, stay on top of that. And for me, my faith plays a major role in how I go about everything. So at that point, I even tell everyone that you need to now step in and fill the gap. I can't physically be present to do everything, but be there and cover the bases that I can't cover. And even in doing the work, you know that, okay, you do it to the best of your ability, be as efficient as you can be, delegate to the extent you can delegate, and to the extent you can't delegate, and then leave the rest. And then subsequently, you then make sure that, okay, after that period, you are deliberate in being present to the children, being present, eye contact, listen fully to each individual person, be present to attend to the emotional and psychological needs of that period, and then ensure that when you are out of that space of crazy demand, regulators, auditors, etc., you are consistently present at the extent you can. And that's why I now do the 5 o'clock carry my bag and go, even if there are other things. So that's how I try and navigate it. But yes, there will be periods when you cannot help it. You have to be in Abuja because National Assembly is somebody you cannot help it. There are other things, regulators and all of that happening. So those times will come. But then you do your best when you're out of these precious seasons to be as present as you can.
Yeah. So, Mr. Rosa, let me ask you, where there are some work-related values that might be very, very strong, how do you balance it with the family value? I mean, we've talked about balancing, if you have a value, you know, some would say they have there's a family lead, sort of, that as a family, this is who we are, this is what we do. But there are some instances where there are some other work values as well. And, you know, we spend a lot of time at work. That if you're not careful, it begins to really change you, reorientate you. But how do you strike that balance? What values family?
I think, so speaking from our own experience, we've had maybe I would say 2 types of extremes. So there are certain situations where the work values consistently don't align with your family values and you end up leaving the job. For example, my wife does a job she had where she can call me up, I'm at my work, she can call me up on a Monday afternoon around 2, I'm like, well, which I'm very excited. Just like that, you know, and it happened consistently. So it got to the point where she said, okay, this isn't working for me, I have to quit. I had a position while running our organization, and it was mostly in the tech innovation space. So I was dealing with a lot of youth, and you know, we're talking about these from 25 to 35, 75 to maybe 85% of them were young women with very interesting ideas. Tried that, and it just wasn't the right environment after all that stepped out as CEO. So you will have those situations where your solution is to leave. Where we are now, still quite busy. She's head of legal for our organization, and I'm CEO of a couple of companies. We have situations where we meet at the airport. I'm traveling coming in, she's traveling going out several times. So how you navigate it is just with wisdom, you know. But at the end of the day, keep in mind that family first. So sometimes you beg the family that, look, this is what's happening. I said earlier that it's a partnership. And a partnership in marriage isn't you bring 50%, the other person brings 50%. It's both of you bring your 100%. So at times when, because of the CEO has challenges and it also has benefits. So I have a lot of control over my time. So when she's not around, like she posted, I take my daughter to school every morning and I pick them up every afternoon. So you step in, fill that gap, you know, and also to have family structures that accommodate for that. So that when one is missing, you're not running around like you're just taking one right. We have family get-togethers every single weekday. So Monday to Thursday from 7:45 to about 9, family get-together. So whether playing Monopoly or we're watching some series or we're playing cards or we're just doing charades, just staying dancing. Then Friday nights, movie nights, you know, unfailingly. So even if one of us is not available, because those structures are there, you know, you have things that prop up for quote unquote the other person's presence of not being there. So it's a matter of structures and what do we bring in 100% and being wise about how you go about things.
Thank you so much. That's really good. So, Dr. William, in light of all that's been said, all the examples and the different scenarios for different families we mentioned here, how do we help in crafting the beliefs of the children towards their education, towards their disposition towards work, towards I had a colleague some time ago, one of my former lives where I was working at. The guy is the right-hand person to the CEO, and sometimes the CEO would say, I've done flight time that could last me 10 years. Any meeting out of the country is not interested. But come January, we'll say, Bola, ensure all the visas are really put. Anyone, come January of every year, in case anyone has expired. And one day the wife came in, he has 3 boys. The wife came in with the boy and it was close on business, wanted to go in. And the boy just stood outside, a lot of spots on his face. And when the mother asked, what's wrong with you? He said, I don't want to ever work here. In fact, I don't want to go in. And I was right behind them. As a child, I just like, I was looking for a way of escape because it excites me when my daughter thinks I also want to be a child. Because she says, Mommy, I love your work, I love the way you do it. I say, hey, okay. And I leave it at that. Don't let me discourage her. But this boy was really, really strong when he said it, that I don't ever want to work here. Well, that's about 5, 6 years ago. Yes, it was. But I can imagine how that boy is feeling at home. So, such instances, how do we help the psychology of children? Maybe the parents are not there to really force them. One day, all my kids were at home and everybody just sat there. And I saw everywhere looking, so sometimes I just wonder once there's any date anywhere, I get so upset and on the edge. Just one shout, all of them, clear up the whole place and all that. And like, oh, so you guys know you can actually do this. But for some, maybe mom is not there, so she's not here to shout, might not do it. That is if it has not been agreed with them that whether mom is there or not, you still have to do the right thing. But then how do we help the psychology of the children towards their education, towards work, towards earning, that however side of divide their parents are, they have a balanced view. How can we help them?
Okay, somebody said to me many years ago, but they put that we have it somewhere. They are what you do is so loud. I can't hear what you are saying. So our children, they see us, they watch us. And one of the challenges that we see in Guadeloupe families, if you are not careful, is that you will not be informed. The examples have given us. You may think we cannot outsource parenting. It doesn't matter how much money you have. And that's the mistake of us. After we try to outsource our parents. We want to outsource it to teachers. We want to outsource it to helps. We want to outsource it to uncles, aunties, to the church, Sunday school. You don't want to outsource your parenting responsibility. We cannot. You will need to be there. Your children are watching you. They are watching us. They are seeing us. So I'm a public health physician. I train. I don't look like a doctor. I don't dress like a doctor. I don't go to hospital every day. So my kids were wild. None of them wanted to do anything with medicine, but they didn't. It's not medicine. So one of the said we had a training. I had to go for a place to go and train. I was there for weeks. When I took my son, I said, come on, let's go here, let's go and do this training together. And he saw me what I do. So you're actually very funny. You do this, you do that, you do that. And I was like, wow. I said, yeah, this is what I do. I'm a public health physician. So I do this, I'll train. Guess what? He's doing his job. I just said, can do whatever you want. That's not the thing my own value that my own father gave me. My father wanted to be a doctor, but he couldn't become a doctor. He didn't pass, there was not good enough. So he became an engineer. And then while I was saying, you can do anything you want to, but I really want you to be a doctor. But you can do anything you want to. After I thought about it, okay, I'll be a doctor just to and I really wanted to, and I'm pretty glad I don't become a doctor because if I was an engineer, I'm sure I would fail. Because I hate mathematics. I'm not going to say 2 plus 2. You say, give me 10 naira. Let me give you 100 naira. When you say, I'm giving change, I don't know. I don't like numbers. But medicine is so simple for me. So it became so simple. So I just do anything you want. So you want to do it. But it just came to me and I said, I want to be a doctor. I said, why? I think I can be a doctor. So I'm happy that he has taken after me now. So you haven't got to the family. But our children are watching us. That's the bottom line. It's not just what we do. And when we talk about, I'm happy we are learning an institute of life integration. We're talking about dual income family. For all of us and our families, we need to know that there are 4 parts to our life. And those 4 parts need to work for our life to work. If those 4 parts are not working together, it will tell on the family. Something will go wrong. work is important. I don't like us to get to the place that maybe somebody watches this conference and listen to what we are saying and get to think that work is just work. If you don't work, you don't if you don't work well, you lose your job, and if you don't lose your job, there'll be pressure, there'll be tension in the family. So whatever it is you are doing, please do it well. If you need to devote time, there are times that, for instance, I just said I've been out of, I think this year I've been more out of the house than in the house this year, but I will make up for it because there are times we need to, I'll cancel everything. Therefore, the family will go on vacation. Yesterday night I came home, we danced, we play music, we drank ice cream together, we prayed, and then just trying to catch up. And like I said, I'm going to rush from there again to go back home. But work is important. And then the other part is yourself. Some of us are working. We don't take care of ourselves. We don't do anything. Some of you, the phone you are using, that phone that been begging for will be by power. You know, there's some phones that you must plug in, you must charge it in a special way. You know what I can charge it. If you don't plug, because and you refuse to buy a new phone for yourself, but you are giving people money, you are taking care of people, take care of yourself. And then the other part of us is family. We must devote time to family and community and friends. So our children are watching us. Right? They are watching, not what they see how you treat your spouse, how you treat their family, how you respond to them. They are talking to you and your phone can listen. They are watching you. And so you are very important to me, you are very important. You know they are not. They've seen it. And that's how we pass values on what they see us do. Not what we say. We should say the right things, but more importantly, we should do the right things.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we have 10 more minutes. Barrister Maker, let's talk about intimacy. I don't want to talk because they are here like that. So let's talk about intimacy. So despite busy schedule, how do you think I'm tired about a full day or spend time together? How is it managed? How is it balanced despite the work pressure, the time frames, and everything? This whole thing we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so intimacy, marriage, right?
Yes.
We have to be specific about that in marriage. Now, in marriage, you got married to your spouse. Why did you get married to your spouse? First of all, for companionship, right? Then build the family. Yes? Work, as he has mentioned, is what helps that building of the family when you have to earn money. But intimacy, first of all, for the couple, has to be there, consistent. It doesn't have to go away because you have become a father or a mother or that you're working. Let me give a very short story, and it will help me in what I want to say. Life story, a couple, middle-aged couple, they have grown-up children working. One of their child was training to be a pilot. So for like 5 years, he was away from the home. The children helped set up a house for the parents in Ikeja GRA. And they had just moved to this house on Friday. Their son came back from training as a pilot on Tuesday. By Wednesday morning, their mother died. So you see how life can just be cut short for a family and the parents gone. The man, when we went to visit, the man was like, take everything. Take the house, I don't want it. Take all the money. He was telling the hospital people, what to do? Take all the money, just bring my wife back. Good couple, lovely couple, I know them. So it's not like they had issues going. But the point I'm trying to make is that it can all end just like that. We all have, if God willing, 90 years on this earth. How many of that 90 years have we lived so far? Schooling, attending meetings, flying, like the doctor said, flying, going, and sleeping, even for sleeping. We spend so many hours sleeping in our lifetime. By the time you check it, you have basically maybe just about 20 years to spend with those people you love awake. That 20 years, how much of it are you really spending with that person? First of all, with your spouse, because always when the children start coming, usually the focus shifts to the children. And oh, I have to take care of my children, I have to be there for them. And then you forget the relationship that first started the children in the first place, which is the relationship you have with your spouse, with your husband or with your wife. You have to keep on letting that love go. And I tell people that there is no love in marriage. I don't know if we agree, but there is no love in marriage. Love is in you and me. And we are the ones that bring the love into the marriage. The day I stop putting love into my marriage, that's when the marriage starts dying. Because if the man continues loving me, I am not reciprocating. After a while, resentment comes in and everybody just goes different ways. So it's a two-way thing. And I like what he said. It's 100. It's teamwork. Both of us has to make sure, because what we see is that maybe the wife keeps on trying to put love or intimacy in the relationship, and the man is always like, okay, I can't when I want to or when I have the time to. So we have to be intentional about keeping that relationship going. Because guess what? When those children grow up and leave, you talk to your spouse and realize that you don't know who he is or who she is. Because you have left so much gap in that relationship. So we have to always continually put in the work. Teamwork makes the dream work. If you don't put in the work, that dream of having a good marriage will never be there. You want to have a relationship with your spouse, understanding. You have to be understanding, you have to be kind, you have to be forgiving when there are situations you need to forgive. You know, so there are so many things we can do as a couple. And I like what our beautiful couple here said. Creating that family time, or well, let me say now, that bonding time with your spouse, whereby both of you go out on dates. It could be something simple. You don't need to do something fantastic. It could be just be a walk down the road with your SUV. You know, but consistently doing that, making sure that you are self-giving of yourself to your spouse. We live in a world of selfishness now, where people are thinking only of themselves, and they are not more thinking of the good of their spouse. We always have to think of the good of our spouse. In my home, I have 4 children, but my husband comes first when it comes to who do I take care of. Once I take, the man is happy, and then the children see that mom is making the effort, because like I think somebody has mentioned it, the children are watching. They are watching the relationship between you and their father. And that is what also builds them up or gives them the standard of who they should marry. So if there is no relationship between their father and I, they have no standard to look up to. They don't have that security to say, oh yes, my parents are together and they love each other. So they constantly need to see that love between their parents. Like, okay, our parents love each other. They show it consistently that they love each other. And this helps the family ultimately. So schedule date nights, be intentional in your role as a wife. Because what we see is that sometimes we have people who are fantastic mothers, who are fantastic fathers, but suck at being wives and husbands. Do you understand? So your children will say, oh, my mother is wonderful, but she's not a good wife. I have a fantastic father, but he's not a good husband. So you see the dilemma in there. So in as much as we want to be good parents to our children, we also have to be good spouses as well. Yes, the money, we seek money. In fact, I like this song that Teddy sang recently. Money can't buy you happiness. Money can't buy you love. Money can't fill this emptiness, you know? So money is good, but it cannot buy you love. It can't. It's your intentionality into making sure you love somebody. And guess what? Loving somebody doesn't mean that you're loving somebody who is perfect. That person is imperfect, but it is in that living experience you have with your spouse that makes your love perfect. And like she said, everything we do aims in getting us to heaven. And a good marital relationship is a benchmark for getting heaven, because guess what? Your husband is going to try you. He's going to try your patience. He's going to try your kindness. You have to forgive at some time. You have to overlook certain things. And that makes you a better person. And that is what polishes that love you now have for your spouse. So we have to always keep at it and be intentional, because we can be carried away by work, carried away by parenting our children, and miss that relationship. And it's a beautiful relationship once you have that intentional spirit in working with your spouse. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay,
On behalf of all the men, on behalf of all the men in the room, because I thought that question was about sex, but when you answered it, you didn't talk about sex at all. There was the question about
it's messy. Look, I know you are here, and then watching this is to pick it up. But that's the right answer as well. So she actually went to the root of it. Okay. So then you can take some.
No, after they finished the root, I thought they were going to talk about the. Because it was, I thought the question was that when people are family,
just go ahead.
How we need to.
Yes.
But if you're not careful, you become a sexless couple. You just find out that, and then try in terms of work. And then if you are working, and then you are not being intimate with, you are not having sexual relationship with your partner. If you are not careful, you can drift apart. And then if you are very good at work and somebody starts to say good things to you, that's why some people fall into, although Mr. Robson did not say it directly.
Exactly.
Have funny ideas. The handsome, this is mine. So we need to be intentional about sex. So if you go, I'm happy with the rituals are doing that. You need to structure it. You need to have a timetable. Not like how we having sex timetable, just be I like the romantic spontaneous. Not all sex is just like food. Not all food is a play. There's sometimes you just eat. Not because you are hungry. So I think I recommend that couples should have sex regularly, whether they feel like it or not. Just for you, because a man does not feel like having, men want to have sex, that's natural. Often, don't not say men, but generally, a man's sexual drive is often higher than a woman, but a woman's sexual drive. So I think, just to answer that question shortly,
yes,
it should structure this. Okay. If you don't structure it,
I'll take it as a one-round conversation. Okay, because we have our time is almost gone, and I want to ask one very important question since we're missing out, and that is handling. I don't want to. I'm looking for the right word to use. Conflicts. Yes. Based on, you said sometimes maybe you are coming in, she's going out, but we are painting this now. It's all perfect. But I know sometimes when I come back and it's been a bad day at work, and my husband might say one thing and girl snap, we just shut up. Like, okay, that's come. Then maybe later Friday, I won't have to go and say, hey, sorry, Jared, where I responded that time. I'll just look for you. Well, stylish way to run my way back and be like, you just keep giving, okay, I'm sorry, but then. So I'm sure you also have such instances. Can you tell us briefly? We have less than 5 minutes, and I want to hear from you. How do you manage it? Conflicts. I know it comes up. You can't deny that. But then, how do you manage it? How do you reduce it? How do you sell it based on the work relationship and family life?
Okay. I'll say for us generally 3 things, and the foundation of those 3 things is trying to be the best version of yourself, not just from a vain perspective, but for the benefit of your spouse and others around you. So one way we build on that foundation is having time for mental prayer. Because whatever conflict you have, if you carry that conflict, and when you pray, you're taking everything to God. So you sit down and say, come and see what this chief has done. You understand? And you talk to him. He's your father, you talk to him very naturally. That's and prayer is a two-way thing. So you talk and then you listen. So normally he will give you advice and light on how to approach certain things. Next is having someone who accompanies you on that your journey, because it's a spiritual journey. this place is just never recovered. So having someone who accompanies you can be objective when you are in your subjective, opinionated, idea of who you are. And then the other one is try and find things to do together for us, exercise for us. So we can have issues, but get a good workout together or go for a nice job or run together. So that helps. So prayer, kind of like a spiritual direction, and building yourself up together through exercise.
Okay, so in addition to what you said, for me, I just bring it down to the basics, which is, do I love this person? And the answer is resounding yes. And if that's the case, I love him in his totality, with the good, with the bad, with the flaws and the weakness, and I'm okay with the weakness because I'm also flawed. So from time to time, the flaws will play out and all of that, and I just take it. It's one of those things. Me too, I'm not really annoying him. So once I come back to that mindset and be like, you know what, we're not just two human beings. It's fine. And then I read the room. Sometimes you're ready to talk about it, sometimes you're not ready to talk about it. I just want to talk about it. That's also fine. I'm going to talk about it too. She doesn't really get to hear me out. So is what I do just went down to the basics. I love him. I know he loves me. And the rest of it is just experience and they play out nicely or not nicely. And then the second of all is always with the room. Sometimes the person needs some space in their space. Sometimes they need a bit of sharing or find something for me to do. Sometimes also surprising and something. It's always about reading the room and what can I do to fit together. I think it comes back to what we said about you just give 100%. Don't worry about receiving back. Receiving back will come back to me in different ways. It can come to another person, it can come to God directly, but do your own bits and what needs to come back to you will come back to you.
Thank you. So, very simply, you wanted to say something, just as a round of thoughts.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to after the talk.
What rest of what he said, so the discussion being integrated as couples, that conflict as well. In fact, that is the foundation of marriage line, having that intercourse with your spouse. When you get married, the moment you get married, you go to church, depending on the faith in which you go. For my own faith, what seals it up is that intercourse. That's what seals it and makes it a covenant. So it is actually a very integral part of marital life. And each time you have that copulation with your spouse, you are renewing your marital vows with your spouse. So it is a sacred act, not just an act that we just do for the pleasure of it. Yes, you get the pleasure, but it is also a sacred act God has put for married couples to always engage in. And like you rightly said, the moment you stop having that population, the bond between you and your spouse starts waning. Because it's that population that binds you. It keeps on binding you. So the more you have it, the more you are bound to your spouse. That is why you find it difficult for people who have lived for a long time to separate, or it is a painful separation for them because of that bonds that they have had through population. So it is a very integral part of marriage, and we should encourage it.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have questions? At this point, we can take questions from any one of you. That is, can be directed to any one of them. Okay.
Well, thank you, the speakers. I don't know, the guest speaker has left us, but we should remember this a lot earlier, so this question can partly be thrown at him. But I mean, wonderful conversations here, and thanks to everybody for putting this together. As the conversations are going on, still just a couple of things that are rushing through my mind. One of them is this forum is most probably a forum for either the middle class set of people or the high class set of people. Even when the guest speaker was speaking, was talking about the job he turned down and all that, my mind was like, you need the option you are coming back to, even if you're not earning so big. So it's easy for us to say all of that. In reality, I want us to have this picture in mind. You are telling someone who is struggling to eat the value of balanced diet. His business is to first of all try to get food, and you are discussing balanced diet. What's the message for such people when we talk about the dynamics of dual income? Secondly, I'm also considering the problem of instant gratification and social media sensationalism in the midst of all of this, because somehow they're also creeping to our daily living as we struggle to earn a living, all of that. Instant gratification instances will be things like struggling to have a birthday celebration when you know very well that you can't meet up.
Remember stories, the moonlight stories where you see your parents say, come, gather. We want to do this, what's this story? There's this novel by Chinwe Achebe. All these things are stories. I remember stories where my mom used to call us and tell us, these are things that we've missed out on. And our memories that we've lost because we are so engaged in our work. And I feel like it's having a very great impact on our children. And when you bring back those memories to them, you see that they want to go back to those things that you enjoyed, but we deprive them of those things, and it's really painful. So my question now goes to, I understand that the topic is navigating the dynamics of dual income parenting. Now, my question is, we realize that the world is no longer like it used to be. We have single parents. And parents that are single parents that are struggling to raise children, and they don't have a father, a mother is present, no father present. She's struggling in the work and then trying to give the child a comfortable life. I don't know, this question goes to the panelists. How are you able to, like, have a psychologist and then a HR practitioner? So how are you able to raise a child up as a single parent and then give the child all that he or she wants and then still maintain stability in your workforce?
ask the question.
Okay, so this question is more like expanding the scope, because if you look at the topic, it's actually speaking on 12 parents. But I can also assure you that the panel members we have did justice to it. So we are not deliberately leaving out any aspect of this. You know, if you follow this forum very well, topics keep coming up. But just that the focus here is dual income parenting and how to navigate it. So that's why it seems some aspects of those things you're asking questions on were left and said, well, no, this would have come in at another topic I think, which I know they are taking into. But for the purpose of the questions that come up and the panelists are able, can we please answer that question? Depends on who pick them up. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting questions. I'll start with the first, which I'll summarize as balanced diet. And you are absolutely right. If somebody doesn't have, the first thing is not to get at all. And as you are speaking, there's a particular place that comes to mind, which is even where you are planted. So if you are in a situation where it's just a matter of you getting what to just survive on first, then understand that nobody is asking you to now take a decide from that one so that you now have time to be able to children. No. If where you are planted is where you are so busy, no problem. You can still sanctify your life even in that situation. You can still, the little time you do have when you are with your family, be fully present. Try and pack the problems and the issues with work to one side. And even if it's also a few hours on a Saturday, few hours on a Sunday, few hours in the night, engage your family and be fully present and let them feel you individually. That can still be done even on a smaller level. Even as you then begin to look and say, okay, how can I now leave from this present place where it's so short to somewhere where it's a better setup that can pay my family? But the first thing is, remember where you are planted, even in that toxic environment where there's such little time. The little you can do that moves you in the direction of balancing your diet, you do that. So you may not have the opportunity of vacations or even traveling to your village at all. It's just that you're always in Lagos. No problem. Here you do with children outside when you can. No problem. Take them on a walk down the street when you can. It doesn't have to be expensive. It just has to be the purpose, and it has to be planned and done. That's the key issue. If I may touch on the one on social media very quickly, of course, like we always for good and it's for bad. But I'm a firm believer in not completely excising it, because if we don't teach our children how to have that self-control and balance in relation to things, they won't have it later when they now have that free reign. So is to expose and start teaching them the virtue of self-restraint and self-control in relation to it. That's why there must be some level of managed exposure so that they can start building that strength in relation to social media and so many other things that we will face in the future. And then finally, on the issue of single parenting, I'm a product of a single parent, so I can speak very directly to that to say it wasn't easy for my mom, but she did exactly the same thing I'm saying, which is just be present when she was present. When she was present, she was very, very present. We would play board games, we would gist, we could go on some holidays together as I got older and all that, but that's just how she did. And I saw her hold on to God very closely. I think most challenging situations, honestly, it helps when you have faith, because you have that strength to draw from and you have that support. So the examples I saw in her own diligence, her own hard work, her own reliance on her faith, is what made up for any gap. I do not feel like I lost out in any way, shape, or form from not having two parents. So that's how I would, I suppose, propose to a single parent, which is, it's all about being deliberate. Whether you are very poor or it's just one parent, you just have to constantly be deliberate. When you have a challenge where you are not deliberate, then you fall into a default that you didn't plan for, that will end up being not quite where you.
Thank you so much. So what she has said on the balanced diet, it's no matter where you are, stage, because even the keynote speaker said that he didn't become MDCU from the beginning. He also grew up from somewhere. Just kill it. Then as you get better, as she said, look where you are, then the better you get, no matter your social status, no matter what your income earning. So just cut your foot according to the size of your pocket, not even your size, is the size of your pocket. Thank you. Then I would really love someone to speak to the birthday part where you need to do something, you can't afford it, and you want to meet up with Joneses. I think that's also one of the questions you asked. That how can that be? And who wants to speak to that?
Okay. The key point to take there is just being contented with what you have. Contentment. Contentment. If, like what the keynote speaker said, and I love what she said, you know where you are. I can have friends who drive Lamborghinis, who live in Banana Island, but in my own little space, there's still some people looking up to me to be who I am. Right? So look where you are. Be contented with what you have and make what you have be enough. So if you have 4 children and you know you cannot afford to take them to schools that you may want them to go to, find another good school that you can afford and put them there. And be contented that you're getting the education and you're able to afford it. But the problem comes where we overstretch our boundaries and think we can do more because the next person is doing it. Why can't I do it? Is it not the same person? Is it not a man like me? Is she not a woman like I am? And be contented. If there are things you cannot do, if there are expenses you cannot make, don't make them. Or they are selling a Chevy 100,000, come and buy it. I'm not buying it. It's not in my budget. So the income we have, there's a budget for it. I have budget for, okay, goodwill and all that. Once the money brought out for goodwill has been used, somebody comes, sorry, maybe next time. I cannot dip in and collect from somewhere else just to satisfy you or satisfy any other need. So budget for your family. That is what helps with family structure as well. Budget, school fees, house rents, feeding, holidays or fun activities for the family, budget for it within your means. So holidays for the family, you want to go to Dubai. You can find somewhere and go even within Lagos here. And the children are not even excited about how wonderful the thing is. You can just take them and buy them donuts and they're just driven around Lagos and they're happy. Oh, I spent time with daddy, I spent time with mommy. And if you're thinking of when you take them to Disney, you understand? Forget it. Get them. That they are spending time with you as a parent is what is even more important to them than what you got them. Those things you're buying, those what will I say, material things you're getting for them doesn't mean anything. What means so much then is the love you show them, the kindness, the present, your presence in their lives is what is very important. So contentment, being contented. It's very difficult because we see a lot of show off around. You're like, why? You know what? Also, you need the Holy Spirit to guide you that matter. To be contented. And if you have a spouse who is also in like manner like you, then your family will be fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Miguel, I'd like to be taken. So this is online. Then if you have any more questions, you can drop before we round up. If one has kept a couple apart because they work in different states, how do they know the family and the present parents?
Well, that's tough. We give our decisions, but I think we need to stress it that it speaks to everything we're seeing values. One of the reasons why, let me just say for it, as a doctor, some people ask why is in this country. I've been a doctor, I've been 24 years now, I graduated, and I would have maybe in future if I move abroad, but it's not part of my values. It's not just me. It's not. So that family needs to ask themselves, this thing that we're making, is it worth the family separation? You need to really try hard to offer me money that will make me stay away from my family. Or you stay in this place, you stay in that place, and we are apart. I mean, you are not married again. It's not just married, you are not married. If you meet somebody living there, so if you are making so much that you need to go there, the family should meet with you, and then that income should be able to sustain that. That's my thinking. And I don't think anybody needs. I don't think, because the question, one of the questions that I earlier was that how is it that some people, because people are earners, That's why they can do some of the things we are saying. People that are low energy. I don't think any capacity is a barrier to having young people at any level of the entire, even go to the elites, where you have in India, where you have a caste system where some people can never rise above. They can still have a happy home. You can have a happy home irrespective of the financial status. And indeed, if you look through life, there are people that are happy homes. But irrespective of the financial status that you are in, a happy home is hard work. It's not going to happen because you have resources. That you have resources, there are people that have resources that their homes are kaput. So that you have resources doesn't mean that automatically you have a happy home. Likewise, that you don't have resources does not automatically mean that your home is going to be unhappy. It's what you do, it's what you are, where you are, and how you enjoy. There are people that drink Gary together, so you don't know Gary is. And they're very happy. And there are people that eat 5 courses and they're very unhappy. So it's wherever you are, the values that you have, the values that you place to your family, your partner, your children. So that person that you are in Abuja and then you are in Lagos and you see once in 2 years, you are not married, you are just in my own. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong, but I just think that that's not a very healthy marital structure. That puts the law of challenge. So it happens to help me. Let me just travel about quickly. I'll come and pick you, and in 5 days I'll come. It's a challenge.
Okay, do you have any other questions before we round up? I think our time is so much. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the active participation. Thank you.
Wow. We really sincerely thank the panelists for doing justice to this session. I cannot appreciate you enough, but we'll call Dr. Steve Oj, Director of Public Service at Energy, and Mrs. Tunu Adirigbe, GM, Chevron Multiple Staff Cooperative. Please help in presenting these awards to these our speakers and panelists. Thank you. Mr. and Barrister Mrs. Patrick Sotheby's.
I didn't realize it was my colleague. So I'm very pleased and proud and reflecting on how our own experiences, not just is practice at home, but you actually also take it to work. And just like I was also listening to the keynote speaker, I was also learning. And listening to each and every one of you, I was also learning. My oldest is 25, my youngest is 21. And I was reflecting on whether have I done the right thing. And so thank you. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for being that role model of the couple that I'm sure a number of us can go home and say, hey, can I just feel like that? And you actually just made the point as well that it's happening. If you don't put in the hard work, it wouldn't work. Our guy that said he gave up $400,000. At some point, I was reflecting. If you actually have $400,000, your wife can stop working, and they can actually make another decision as part of it. So, but he come out at the end when he said, that is his own perspective. So, but just like when you go to a place of worship, you listen to the priest, man, whoever, they can say, what can I take home? what is that part of this conversation that is speaking to me? So for you, wonderful couple, part of the conversation spoke to me. And I know it spoke to quite a number of us. So thank you. And I take a token appreciation of that on behalf of my friends. We are giving you this. And I hope that when you look at it, a nice place where you are placed it in your home, it can remind you that you are doing something about your marriage, something else about your marriage, making the right example for the other. So thank you so much. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. From the sponsors. So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, for you. So I actually want to thank the IWFI folks, not just for inviting me, but I lost his contact. We met 2 years ago, and I promised that I'm going to get back. But you have a way of saving somebody's number, and you look for it somehow, you don't find it. Well, I told him I lost it, and he sent me a message, but I still had it. But just that have I saved it confusing. So I'm always a fan. A lot of wisdom, a lot of being able to bring your medicine to HR, to people, to our lives. And, that's a different type of medicine. And we're happy that you haven't gone abroad. You are here with us. But thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so for you too. So thank you. It's hand luggage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So thank you. Thank you for your opportunity. Thank you.
So we now call on Mrs. Tumarelligbe to give the next person. Barrister Ineka is there.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my first time here, and I think I picked a fantastic day to come. And we're speaking when I came, I learned so much. It is a nice pleasure to hear you share your experiences, also teach us, remind us, encourage us. Thank you so much. So on behalf of the IWFI,
Thank you.
The wonderful Moses. This is the Bolan. Thank you so much for doing a wonderful job building the questions, interpreting and reinterpreting, and rephrasing and everything. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am. Great, we're making progress. Okay. Nice time. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. So we have a
yes, we still have a group. It's panelists.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're moving straight to the second session. We have a keynote address delivered for this session by Mrs. Rita Olarewaju. So she is a seasoned HR personnel professional with over 30 years diverse experience across the oil and gas, consulting, and financial services industries. She has held several local, regional, and local roles across generalist and specialist HR, as well as HR leadership roles in Sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. She has consistently set and implemented differentiating people strategies that enable and enhance business performance. She has led several organizational change and improvement projects. Her passion includes talent management, people development, as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion. Mrs. Rita holds a bachelor's and a master's degree in psychology and is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, CIPD UK, and a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, CIPM. Mrs. Rita is married and has 3 lovely young adults. Welcome, Mrs. Rita, which is one of the keynotes, second keynote address.
Thank you very much for that very warm welcome. We'll just sort of rise a little bit and just stretch a little bit. We've been sitting. Just stretch back, stretch a little bit. Stretch, take a few steps, just so that people stretch a little bit, a little bit, stretch a little bit. Are we okay? Yes, let's sit down. Thank you so much for that. And quite honestly, I think my job is done. When I listened to the first keynote and I listened to the panel conversations and all that we've talked about today, to be honest, I think most of the stuff that, were in my mind as I was thinking about this topic has been covered one way or the other. So I'm just going to focus on just sharing my own stories and just sharing my own thoughts around dual career parenting, the impact and some of the strategies that I've had. It's a pleasure to be here, and sincere thanks to Otumba Adeoye, who kindly invited me to be here. It's my first time. I've experienced the Institute though about a couple of months ago when they were at Lagos Business School. My husband was at a program there, and there was a showing there, and I met, of course, Otumba is a professional colleague in our professional institute. And I'm particularly blessed today to see some very close friends and family in the house who have also been part of my career journey as well. So this is like sharing amongst friends, and I would always buttress. The definitions around who a dual career family is, and what the benefit, the financial stability, shared responsibility, and also the challenges balancing work and family, is always there. And trying to manage that work-life integration, balancing it against the challenges of work and all of that will always be there. I'm one of those who've always worked. My mom did not work in the formal sector, but worked in the business sector. So I grew up, in a family where both parents worked and were expected to put in their shift, get things done, bring up the children. And I grew up in a family of 6. I have 3 children, young adults, and completely different in terms of character, personality, interests, that type of thing. So it's been a learning journey. As I was sitting with my sister over there, I was telling her, I said, sometimes you think back to say, if I knew then what I know now, I probably would have done a few things, differently. But based upon what I knew and based upon, deliberateness with my husband, we took certain steps in terms of how we'll raise and bring up our children. I'm very blessed. I'm married to someone who we share the same faith, the same values, and the same passion around the things that are important, including our faith. So we had sort of common premise around what constituted what we wanted in terms of the kind of home that we were going to go in. And that sort of dictated the way that we worked. Like Dr. OJ, my dear brother, you know, when I was listening to the last conversation, I started to reflect and I said, well, you know, because we don't want, you know, I'm one of those who took a decision to move for career reasons, you know, but that decision was a decision that was a family decision. And we discussed it, we agreed it, and we needed to be very clear around what we're going to do to be able to manage that. And as I go into the story, I'll be sharing, you know, a whole lot more. But when we decided that it was good for my career, so first of all, when we even first got married, we were both working in the bank at the time. And we had absolutely no life. We'll both go in the morning, we'll come back in the night. And we said, and I'm not saying the bank, my husband is still a banker till tomorrow, but we knew that it wasn't going to work in terms of perspective with, you know, and raising our children. And by the time I was pregnant with our first, you know, we took a deliberate decision that, look, we needed to look for a different type of job that would give us the flexibility to be able to do that. I don't know whether that was the case or not, because eventually, you know, where I moved on to, you needed to work, you know, extra hard. But there were deliberate things that we did. So for instance, if I was traveling when I, you know, moved into oil and gas, I'll travel with a nanny so that my child can be with me on that trip, you know, and I can spend time, you know, to just pay attention and all of that, particularly when they were in the early stages. My husband and I look back and say, how did we manage with 3 children? Sometimes someone is in nursery, another is in primary, another is in, you know, and in creche, and you have to rotate around, drop off the bags, prep the bags, go pick up and arrange that, and still be in the office for it and deliver a damn good job. Both are important. It's important to be your best at work, but it's important to also give your best to your children. And there's a time period. You know, you have that investment of time in the first few years of life. And so if you're not deliberate and you don't institute your values and you don't spend the time to get to know your children, the time will come, no matter how well-intentioned, they will grow to leave the home. And you've lost that time. And if you don't spend that time to be intimate with them, to understand their aspirations, to pour into them, once they're gone, they're gone. You then become an ATM. Oh, I need this, I need that, and they send you the bills. Oh, we need to pay this, we need to pay that. Oh, by the way, my accommodation is due, that type of thing. That's not the type of parent that we want to be. They will not involve you. You know, if we have 2 boys and a young girl, and with the boys, you know, if you're not careful, you just say, oh, what's going on? How are you? Okay, how are things? Good. You know, you have to settle down to really have those conversations. I'm talking a little bit around some of that. So it does give you financial improvement, you know, financial security and all of that, but it comes as well with challenges that we all need to be aware of. And, you know, you need to really think about, you know, who you marry. I think that becomes the most important decision around when you're going to be dual parenting, so that you are deliberate around what are your values and how you do that. For us, when our kids, you know, were in secondary school at some point, we did an exercise where we said, you know, if you're in this family, what do you think is our family value? And we did a family value exercise. What do you think? If people wanted to know who we are, what do you think we represent, you know? And it's important because wherever you go, these values will drive you. Wherever you go, you need to think back, you know, am I doing things in line with these values? And when you think about yourself as a child of this family, or, you know, as an offspring of this family, you know, you always anchor back. And it was quite interesting. We came from zero, we built it together, and we deliberately came up with, okay, these are our family values. These are the things that are important to us. Our name is important to us. Integrity is important to us. Faith is important to us. Credibility is important to us. So those items, and this came from our children around what they could see, what they thought was important, and what they could commit to. Being faithful is important to us. And, you know, it was important for them to be able to be the ones to articulate it and to share it. The other thing that we also do as well is that, you know, if you're not pouring into your children, someone else is going to pour into them. And there's a plethora of, you know, information sources. They have their thoughts about the big issues of life, LGBTQ+, racial discrimination. They have their thoughts around some of these things, patriotism, nationalism, where's the country going? If you don't spend the time to find out what they're thinking, you will not be able to get into their head. So what we did was to then say, you know what, whenever you're on holiday, we have a bit of time, let's sit down together, tell us what you're thinking about the topic. Choose the topic, be it drugs, be it anything. Choose the topic, present on it, tell us your thoughts, and then we all share our views. And we found out that, that helped us to get into their minds around what we're thinking. And honestly, myself and my husband, we learned a lot just from having those conversations and just listening to them and the things that were on their mind. And then in those discussions, we can then talk about, well, this is what you're thinking. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? And we begin to use that as teaching opportunities to broaden their thinking and to provide other insights, to them, that enables them grow their mind. So establishing your family values are important. Teaching them about family values, teaching them about living their values, because that's what makes the difference. You want to grow children that are responsible adults. You cannot always be there. All our children, many of our children, some stay here, but some go out, and become global citizens. And if they're abroad or they're somewhere where you cannot be, it is what you have poured in. You can't, plant something else and expect to get something else. It's what you have poured in. The school is there, the church is there, and all of that, but you are the first teacher, and I think it was the doctor that was talking about role modeling. They see, or the Arab sellers, they see, they watch you, they replicate what it is that you're doing, and it has to be evidenced in the way that you carry on as a parent. So helping children, I mean, today we see a lot of, we talk about children being entitled, but it's the way that they've groomed. What have we allowed? What are the things that we've encouraged them to do? What have we encouraged them to get away with? And how have we called them back when we see that, they're not being appreciated, they're not being thankful, or they're not even chipping in. Today, you have people pass, and you have children quarreling over inheritance, children of the same mother and father, not extended, not anything. And that's because that's collaboration and cooperation has not been taught as a family unit. You have a parent, an older parent getting sick, and you have children abdicate completely and do not see a reason why they should support their parent. It's the way that they've been brought up, it's the way that they've been socialized and that they've been groomed. And we are responsible for those things. So if you want to breed children that are responsible, that are cooperative, that are collaborative, and think about the good of the family, and all of that, then you need to invest that time to have those conversations, to coach those children, and to exemplify that so that they understand, the power of sort of collaborating. The power of shared goals. When I was growing up, I told you, my mom always ran a business. So my mom ran a drinks business, and she was a distributor, for a few of the drinks companies. And no matter who you were, what you were doing, as she owned the truck, once that truck came into the compound, everybody stopped everything they were doing, and that's the business. Everybody goes in, does their bit, goes offloads it or load it back. At some point, my brother was driving it. At some point, he will go with someone who is the treasurer or the person, and you go and pay and all of that. We were all involved in that. So you need to involve your children in what you're doing. So if it's a modern career that you have, you need to talk to your children around what is happening in the workplace. What is happening? Recently, I had to transition, and I sat down with my children to say, this is what's going on. This is the decision that we're thinking of making and all of that. And we talked about it transparently. It gives them a sense of ownership. It gives them a sense of partnership. It makes them feel invested in what is going on in the house. But if you think, oh, I'm always going to make all the big decisions, sometimes you need to stop and just ask. I mean, in the end, you are ultimately accountable for the final decisions, but it's important to sort of take their feedback in, take their context in, and then to share with them so that you begin to sort of influence their character development and the way that you're bringing them up. And making sure that, you're building stronger bonds and, celebrating successes together, crying together when things don't work, because sometimes, things don't work, and all of that. But let them be part of that journey as well, and therefore they know. And then also sharing and talking is also an opportunity for you to share history, to share context, to share family background. Nowadays, in our current times, when we grew up, they'll tell you all, the journey, the relatives, the story and all of that. How much of that storytelling are we doing? Are the children losing that cultural context because they don't even know where they're from? They don't even know, the things that are important, what the values are, and all of that. These are things and reflection points for all of us, even as we speak. Kids have their own view around what is acceptable, what is not. And we need to invest that time to be able to correct. And sometimes it's in useful exuberance and all of that. We need to be able to refine it so that, they can act, appropriately. And, we sort of strengthen our mutual understanding and create that harmonious family that we need. So what are some of the effective techniques that we use? We've already talked about some of them. Active listening. giving undivided attention. An example was given where people are talking and people are on, their text and all of that. Sometimes you go to restaurants for dinner. I don't know if you've seen it in Lagos, and you're all at the table. You see people, and even my family sometimes will say it, and everybody has a device. Oh, I just want to check something, and then someone is reading a text. You have to really actually say, you know what, guys, no device. Please, let's drop the device and let's have a conversation. We were traveling once. My kids were on the queue. Their friends were on that queue. One of them was going to resume, and we saw their friend, and I was like, oh, see your friend. I was like, yeah. There were two of them. She says, yeah, I've seen her. I said, okay, but you didn't say hello. He said, yeah, we've greeted. I'm like, okay. Later on, when we moved on, he then says, oh, but this other one is not traveling because he's going to come with their dad. I said, how do you know? He said, we Snapchatted, we something. And I'm like, guys, you are next to each other. Just what happened to just talking? What happened to just talking? So it's a different cultural context that these guys are growing up in, and we need to call it out when we see it. They're communicating all right, but they're also losing certain things, and we need to help them, to gain some of those things back, and all of that. So having that undivided attention, paying attention when they're speaking, making eye contact so they know that, you're hearing what it is that they're saying, reaffirming some of the things they're saying, and just nodding so that they know that they're being heard, and just building back up, asking open questions. Tell me more. My son was in this school, which was a high academic school, and he was thriving there. In between, he had to take a break because he had a surgery and all of that. And it took us being in the hospital, waiting for our appointment with the doctor. Early in the morning, he was going to go to school that morning. And we started talking, and he started telling me, oh, in this school, this one had happened, that one had happened, stuff that, he was coming home every day because he had surgery. So he had been at home for the better part of that term. So when he goes to school, hard things, fine, hard things, but he had never really explained what was going on, in that school. So he just took that quiet moment of sitting together to really open my eyes to say, oh, really? And to talk about, okay, having all, is this something that is redeemable? What can we do? And all of that, and, made me to go to school. Eventually, he changed school from that school. And I realized that even though that school was a high academic environment, it was putting him under quite severe pressure, and he needed another school where he could have a little bit more balance across. And eventually he moved to another school where he could really thrive, become head boy, and be the best that he could be in that school with excellent grades as well. So a school that may look really great for some other kids may not be the best for your child. So you really need to know your children intimately so that you can know what's best for them. We all have high aspiration, but we need to balance that with what is the ability of the child? What is the child looking for? And don't get me wrong, he still did okay, but you need to know that the standards that are being exposed externally doesn't have to be the standards that you want. And I think someone said being the best that you can be. And we found out across our three children that they're also completely different. So when they were also looking for further schools, higher schools, we had to take different considerations, put in different considerations in the selection process, and you need to take time to be able to do that. When I was talking about my time on assignment, for the first year, my husband was in Nigeria, I was in Southeast Asia. You can imagine how many hours apart it was. And I'm going to bed, he's waking up. I'm waking up, he's going to bed. Ask me, how much meaningful conversation can you really have, in those windows? But we try to make it work and deliberately, at least make a touch point, make sure that there are ways in which we connect and we chat and all of that and catch up with what is happening. The risk sometimes is that you can also become very independent because you're not waiting for the other party to be able to make decisions. And that's a risk. And you need to be aware of it and to adjust to it and, make sure that, once you're able to. And what we did as well was that we became very intentional around our vacation, had a very detailed schedule around when are all the leave times, when can he come and all of that. We were lucky because God honors the family because exactly a year into that assignment, he was also able to get an assignment into Southeast Asia as well. So even though we're not in the same country, we're in the same time zone and we were nearer, just a flight away from one another. And, we were blessed as well with a lot of support system. My brother here was one of those support systems, while we're on assignment in terms of the family support. Because when you're at work, I was lucky I had an excellent maid who would help me take my daughter to ballet and all of that, take kids, social events. But I made the effort as well to make sure that parent meetings, trips, those types of things, I was available for all of them as much as I could, And in that case, you almost find yourself like almost a single parent and trying to juggle so many balls. So leveraging your network, leveraging the support system, being intentional about communication, in those types of situations. And by the time my husband came to Southeast Asia, once the kids are on half term, either he's coming or we're going. Once it's school break, either he's coming or we're going, or we're meeting somewhere in the middle. And we use that, at the end of the day, you need to use the money to work for you, to be able to make something meaningful out of the arrangements that you have for the period that you have to work that period. And you need to be very clear around what's the duration of that time apart so that you can quickly come back together. And to be honest, by the time we were going apart to do that assignment, we're already like 10 years in marriage. So the marriage could sustain it in terms of us knowing what it is that we wanted. But we became extremely planned around, the times that we're going to be together and what we made of the time, while we're together. And also having the right EQ around, what is going on. Sometimes things are going on with our kids. If we're not paying attention, we lose touch with what is happening. We have nannies taking care of them. There are cases of molestation because parents are not aware. Drivers are taking children to school unaided, all those types of things. You need to make sure that you protect your children and don't assume. And don't assume that everybody who is in the household is safe for your children to be there. Take the right measures. Have the cameras in place if you have young children. Make sure that you're monitoring. And make sure you're conversing with the children and making it okay for them to tell you, that something is not okay, something is not right, around what is happening. And that's from where you quickly intervene, and make sure that you put the right precautions in place. We talked about regular check-ins, and all of that. Conflict resolution. There will be conflict. When there are two people in a place, no matter what, there'll be conflict. How do you resolve it? How do you make sure you focus on the issue and not the person? And you don't turn it to, the problem is you. Once you say the problem is you, the person immediately, all the defense mechanism will stand up. We have to remember to focus on the issue. What is it that we're trying to resolve? And what's the best way for us to be able to do that? And then also leverage technology. For those who need to be away for whatever reason, for business or for work or what have you, family chat groups, WhatsApp group. Now, my children, the way that we've all sort of always engaged, anybody's going anywhere, or anybody's, even if I'm traveling for work, my husband's traveling for work, I'm checking in now, I've now landed, so and so, I'm coming back now, I'll be there by, so everybody knows what's happening with everybody. And anyone has anything that, an award or something, we put it there, we celebrate it, and just mundane things. We just talk about, oh, guess what happened today? And we just gist, and then spend time as well to just call in, and everybody just sort of shares around where they are. And that has really helped us, because otherwise, they go so far away so quickly, and to sort of plug back in takes a lot more effort. So you have to be deliberate in the way that you stay tuned, you stay connected, and you stay joined up as a family, in sharing some of those whatever. So, one of my sons, actually, we have this joint family group, but he actually cued us because he then set up a parents chat group with himself directly, which made us to realize that there were some of his issues he didn't want to be in the general chat group. So you have to be sensitive around some of those, and then he'll then sort of curate it with you, talk to you about it, take a decision around it before he comes to the general chat, because of course, he has his siblings there and they can, so you have to really understand what dynamics are at play, in your own family, and sort of work, around those things. So open and honest conversation, active listening, building trust, knowing that they can come to you and they can have those conversations and all of that. And also with your spouses, spending the time. My husband and I, before we went on assignment and after we go back on assignment, we will always, we had a family friend who runs the couple's breakfast fellowship. We will always go every year. They do like two, we go at least once, so that enables us to just refresh our thinking, refresh our commitment, refresh our vows, if you like, and just share communion with one another and just say, look, you know what, we're committed to this and we want to make this work. And for us, that's time away. We try to make sure that we also travel alone without the children. Sometimes you take family vacation. There's some family vacations you take, and then because of course you're trying to manage your costs and everything, you're in this arrangement, you're cooking from morning till night, and all of that. And I'm like, this one is no longer vacation now. We have just changed location from Lagos to somewhere else, and the work has continued. No, okay, you are going on vacation. Let's go on vacation. Let's know we're going to spend the time. So we try to manage that with the children, and it doesn't have to be expensive. The point has been made. There were times where we couldn't go anywhere early in our marriage when we didn't have anything. to go anywhere fanciful, but at least you take time to step away. There are resorts in Lagos. There are beautiful, beautiful resorts all over Lagos that you can go to. If you can go out nearby countries, you can. They're not that, they're still manageable. It doesn't have to be abroad before it's a valuable time away. The important things that you're spending time. So we spend time with the children, but then my husband and I would try at least once a year if we cannot, someone, if he's traveling somewhere for something, I can tag along or whatever, and just make sure that we have a little bit of time together when the children are not there, and we can spend time with one another. I'll pivot a little bit and talk about, family planning and family expenses. Sometimes when you're dual career as well, I think there's a whole lot of money in the family, and therefore, there's a lot that can be spent. But it's very important to think about the principles around budgeting, the principles around planning, and the principles around expectation setting. So my husband and I, what we do, we have a family plan at the beginning of the year, and we're very clear around the big causes that we want to support. We're very clear around the priorities and things like that, and we try to make that work. And therefore, initially we'll find out that because I'm working, he's working, someone come and ask him for money, and they come and ask me for money separately, that type of thing. I'm like, what's going on? It's the same purse at the end of the day, because the money is supposed to be for the family good and things like that. And then we then decided that, we'll print an envelope that has both our names on it. So it's Byron and Rita Olariwaju, and that's it. So when the come and the other person comes, we put whatever the envelope or the check or whatever it needs in our envelope with our name, and we give it out, and the message is clear that, it's both of us. And that way people test and see whether or not you're together or not. And when they see that, we're operating together in one philosophy, they let it go, and they learn to just have one conversation, in one go. So that's how we've tried to manage our finances. And of course, being clear around savings, emergency fund. I get the point around if you're still in the food chain trying to just survive, whatever it is, still try to make some savings no matter how little it can. Managing debt in the family. Sometimes, you're so learned that even the house is at risk and all of that. You need to think about protecting your children and making sure you're taking wise financial decisions. I recognize that our risk appetite is different from one family to the other, but always think about protecting your family. If you haven't done a will, think about doing a will. I mean, when people talk about these things, it feels like it's very morbid, but there are many people who die interstate, and then you find that your children are sort of stranded. They don't know where their next meal is from or who is going to take care of them. Be clear around who will be your trustees, who will take care of your children. None of us prays to die early, and by the grace of God, we all live, to a ripe old age. But it's just a wise thing to do because you're working, you're earning. It's important to protect your spouse. It's important to protect your children if something happens, which we really don't pray about, and all of that. So it's important to also teach your children financial education, because I think it was Dr. that jokingly made the point to say, look, if you have a lot of money and the children are not, the children can easily, sell off the house and all of that. It's happening, so it's important to teach, and it starts from very little, helping them understand, what to do with their allowances, helping them understand that they need to be responsible. Initially with my children, sometimes when we travel and you say, oh, okay, you need to buy this, buy that, and say, sure, oh, mommy, can we have this one? Can we have this one? Can we have this one? And I say, you know what? No, the game will change. This is all you have. So if it's, $200 or whatever, this is it. And you see that their orientation immediately changes. They start thinking about, oh, is there buy one, get two free? Is there, the orientation immediately changes. So from very early, make them financially accountable. Even in giving them money, don't give them more than they really need, at the end of the day, because if you're working hard for your money, they need to understand that you need to work for money. And if they're of grown ages, my children, I have two boys in university, they work. I make them, you have to work for your upkeep and all of that, so that they don't grow up feeling that someone is going to be paying. And it's not easy for me or my husband, who is, trying to make sure you go to school. So you have a part to play to also do your bit. And, my second son, when he started working, he had worked for 1 week. He ran on our call. Was like, Mom, I didn't know working was so hard. I said, okay. Welcome to it. It's what we have been doing for how many years? Working is so hard. You're going to also do it for a few more years. So get used to it, that type of thing. And so quickly, his orientation changes and he becomes, very, very finicky about his money. He says, oh, why don't you pay this? He said, Mommy, that's like how many hours of work? I said, yes, me too. I'm working hours of work to be able to look for money for you. But it's important to teach children financial discipline. So they know the value of money. They know how money is saved. They know how much effort money does. And they understand
the power of saving, and investing very early as much as possible is important for us to educate them a lot. Prioritizing time, already talked about that, having vacation, trying to synchronize all my leaves with all the school vacation time as much as possible. I don't know how many days I have in a year, and I may not be traveling. I may just be at home, I can just be present. They want to go on a play date. I want to know who it is, which family, do I know them? Is it one of my children, by the grace of God, ever did sleepovers? I never supported sleepovers because you don't know what is happening in those places. Even when you see the parents on the outside, they may be like that, but you don't know what is happening in their home. You don't know who else is in their home, more importantly. So for us, and we have no apologies around it, and my children's friends, especially, and my daughter's friend, they'll be like, oh yeah, we know that you don't agree, but I say thank you. It's good that you know that you don't support it, but you don't even ask, like anything you need to do during the day where they can see you and all of that, it is fine, And those kinds of things, they understood that these are the things that are important to us, because you can only control the things that you can control. And the things that you cannot control, you have to trust God to help you to control those things. But we need to go in with our eyes wide open. So planning the time doesn't need to be expensive. I've talked about my couple retreat. Creating meaningful traditions. What are the things that your children will look back when they leave? I mean, now I look back, my dad says, but I remember so many things that we did, when I was growing up, where as a family, we would just get into a bus and drive up to a beach. And, it was a simple family. We were middle class. Like my father was a civil servant, and I told my mom was running a business at the side. So it wasn't anything fanciful, but you just spend time, make noise, have fun, eat whatever it is that we cook from home. It's not like today that you just go to a restaurant and buy food. Then things were very expensive to go out and buy. So everything was homemade, home prepared. But we just enjoyed that time, and we grew up as a family, that way. Today, if we gathered, in my mom's place, you think a whole battalion is there, because we're 6 plus another 6 plus children and grandchildren, and the place is just boisterous and noisy, and everybody sort of just chit-chatting and sort of encouraging and all of that. And anybody has an issue or anybody has a cause, everybody's involved, to try and make it work. But it's the way that you grow, the time that you spend to invest in that relationship. So with our children as well, we do that. Sometimes just say, let's go to the beach. We're not doing anything. Before the beach is sort of taken out. But you just go there, buy a box of chicken or something or KFC, and just sit there and just bond and just talk about what is going on and just relax as a family and spend time. Or listen to music or go to some, there's so many things to do. Or even go to a film together and watch, and just spend time and be there and be present and make those traditions things that stay. Well, my daughter, she loves to cook at Christmas, a particular day, that's her day of cooking. So wherever you are, you must cancel all your plans and make sure that you're home for that day when she's going to cook. And for us, it's very important. She's cooking and you get the brief. So those things, make sure that you have those things top of mind. Declare around what they're feeding on, what they're getting, who is teaching them, who they're hanging out with, and making sure that we pay attention to that. The other bit around is also helping them to have a sense of community. The world is larger than them as individuals, as us, as a family. And therefore, helping them see the role, the things that are important to you, the things and opportunities to serve, in church. And for Muslims, I'm sure there are opportunities as well to serve, in the mosques as well. So your social context and in your community to give back. So if, for instance, there's some courses that we're quite keen on, and orphanages that we support, we get them involved. Get them involved with packing the store, get them involved in curating what goes, get them involved in distributing those things, get them involved when they were much younger, we go physically so that they also see, how they can help and support and be part of a better community. So in a nutshell, for you to thrive as a dual income family, it requires intentional effort in terms of your relationship with your spouse, being deliberate in nurturing that relationship, being respectful of one another, encouraging one another, helping each other to be the best that you can be, both in the workplace, in the society, and everywhere that your context runs, providing the environment for your spouse to share openly what's going on with them and where they need support and how you can encourage and help them in that their journey, and so that they feel nourished, they feel cherished, they feel a part, they feel that partnership or not feel like one person gets resentful because they feel that they're doing more. No, everybody needs to pull equal weight. And even if one is pulling more than the other at a point in time, you know the reason why, and that type of thing, and having the right kinds of dialogue. Be clear around your values and your family values, and that you have a responsibility to pass on that family value to the next generation. Because it's a legacy. I mean, we will work, but let's face it, we will not work forever. When that work finishes, we have to come back to the home, to our spouses and to our children, if they still remain, if they haven't taken off, that is. So you have to make sure that you invest in the time while you can to be able to pour into, your spouse so that you have a bank, some credit in the bank in the future. Now we're empty nesters. If we were not friends, it would be very difficult for us to be together and be happy and to spend time together. It's just both of us at home now. But because we were official friends, and through the journey while we're parenting and still parenting, we continue to, make sure that we work as a team. That helps and goes a long way. And with the children, in just pouring our values and just, praying for them and believing that, because they see who we are and what is important to us and how we live our lives and the things that, are critical to us, hopefully they also understand that there's more to life than just, academic achievement, than just, being successful. It's around purpose, it's around impact, and it's around giving back, to society. Those are things that are important to us as individuals, and hopefully those are the things that we as people have tried to instill in our children. And for you, it may be different. And whatever those things are, be very clear around them, be very intentional around them, and all your activities, all your communication, all your actions should reinforce those values that are critical to you, and also the the traditions that you want to create as a family, and things that the children can sort of devote to. And as they then become adults and start to live their own lives, earn their own money, if we reflect back, there's some things I do today, and I realize that actually, to a large extent, were things that I learned growing up, and that was what I knew how things were. Of course, with faith, with teaching, with exposure, and all of that, you adapt and you modify. But at the heart of who we are is how we have been socialized, and we have a responsibility as parents to make sure that we're doing that. And then finally, your dual career, because you also want to grow, develop the best that you can be professionally. It enables us to earn some money. While you have earned that money, you have to be responsible with how you use that money. You have to think about the now, you have to think about the future. In the past, you could say, oh, my children will take care of me. Hey, don't bank on that one, because you cannot guarantee that, the children will, by the rest of you will raise good children who will, but that cannot be your retirement plan. You have to invest for the future. You have to plan for the future. You have to also, be clear around, your long-term aspiration and your will, and be clear so that when you're not there, it's very clear what your wishes and aspirations are. You see very top families and all of that really drag themselves, all over the place publicly over money. We need to teach our children that life is much more than money. And there's an impact. It's good to live well, it's good to be rich. So, yeah, fine. But that's not what all life is about. There's a bigger accountability that we have, a bigger purpose that we have other than that. So I would like to be here because a lot of the key points have already been touched. I don't want to start to talk on those ones. I just want to amplify that what works for my family will be different from what works for your family. It will be different from what works for another family. At the end of the day, you need to critically think about your family, think about who your spouse is, and think about what will be best for your children. And every child is different. It's important for us to pay attention to that part in the way that we parent them, in the way that we manage them. I'd like to leave it here and happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the very wonderful presentation. I was particularly happy when I read that the GMO resources are represents. Like many of the things you mentioned also have with how human resources management being monitored also brings us. Now, I think when we talk of many Nigerian companies, we can local or multinational companies. Those seem to have a very good work culture. There's a bit of toxic culture in the work space, basically. And it's only asks the first line is so what laws can we pass to see how to improve the work culture? Now, so my question is, your skill as an HR specialist, so can the HR do to help families thrive, to help couples live out their work life?
Thank you very much. And there are many ways in which HR can help the organization and employees to improve, the way that they work. Number one is around policies. The policies that are family friendly and think about premiums on family in terms of how we manage that, times for critical times, compassionate time. People need to spend time with their family, when people need to spend time, to take time off. How do you manage that? Can people buy time if the annual leave is not enough? If they need extra time to be able to attend to specific family needs. How do we do that? How do we make sure that, even some of the policies that we make, for instance, adoption policy, how do we make sure that those who do not have children of their own can have time off if they need, if they are adopting a child and they need to spend time to bond with the child? These are some policies that, companies can put in place. Other things that companies can do is also the awareness, because sometimes people feel that except they die in the office, before management knows that they're working. But it's much more than that. And it's around educating people around what is really important. And knowing that there's some choices within you as an individual and an employee that you can take. You don't need the organization to be able to take, and just empowering people. And having, employee assistance programs that are available for people and that they can learn and share to talk around welfare, talk about family, talk about, spending time, taking care of your health. Those are things that also help. Having the right support policies in place, in making sure that people have access as well to healthcare for children when they need it. How robust are those? What is the kind of coverage that they have, and all of that. Those are areas in which the employee can do that. Things around, there's some micro behaviors as well in the company. Sending emails in the middle of the night and expecting someone to respond immediately and sort of taking it out on the employee in the morning that, oh, I sent you an email by 11 o'clock. Come on, by 11, someone should be sleeping. So maybe educating the workforce that, look, there's some things you can program your email to drop in the morning so that the person does not feel under an emotional obligation to respond to those emails. So there are lots of things that HR and the company can do in helping employees to be able to know that, and helping leaders who also manage people, and also helping leaders as well to be empathetic leaders. Of course, it's not expected that everybody is going to come and give you stories why they cannot work and all of that. But as leaders, we also have a responsibility to know what's happening with people, and be able to intervene in the moment. Even if there's no policy cover to be able to do that, if you think that there's a justification for that, it's within our game to do certain things and make sure that people have, feel free to speak and open up around personal challenges that they may be having that require specific support to enable them to fulfill their obligations. I hope that helps.
All right, thank you very much. Okay.
So a lot of it is dialogue. So we're all in different journeys and different, and it depends on the organization. And even organizationally, we're in different phases of, where we all want to be, as an organization. So if someone is working in a one-man business, for instance, the kind of practice of HR you find there and in terms of what is expected may be different from someone who is working in the medium sector or different from someone who is working in an international. So it's a spectrum. And we have to, the most important thing as HR people is to understand what does good look like and to begin to show that back into the organization, either by dialogue, and encouragement and taking small baby steps. Every step is a win. So you may not immediately get to, where you want to be, where everybody is sort of online, but you continue to educate, continue to, play that back. And if you're a company, for instance, that does employee surveys or what have you, because mind you, work-life balance is, what means work-life balance for me may be different from what means work-life balance for another person. So it's also having that insight around what is important to employees in that organization, and how can they work. And it depends on if it's during daytime, yes, that may be a reasonable expectation, but if it's in the middle of the night, which is a non-working hour, then, you have some people see that these are, it would be wrong to make a judgment on an individual, provided the individual first thing in the morning is able to respond. If they're, is able to, and then it also depends on how serious it is. Is there an emergency? If it's not an emergency, for those who do 24-hour production or whatever, yes, there's some people who work, late in the night and all of that. But if the person is between 9 to 4 and you're sending this email, you have to continue to educate and see and help people get to that end of that journey. Will everybody transform to this whole, wonderful organization where everything will take a bit of a journey, in that spectrum? But as HR people, we continue to educate sensitively, we continue to enroll. The more leaders who are sensitive about this and who begin to adjust their style, the better the culture of the organization will be. And gradually, it will be robust built in a day, it will eventually get there, people will get it, But it's about also, as an HR person, if someone is then going to be penalized as an outcome of that, then you need to use your voice, sensitively in that discussion to advocate for the individual so that you're focused on facts around performance and delivery rather than, when people are being asked to respond in the middle of the night, when they rightfully need to sleep to make sure that they are alert in the morning to be able to take on other responsibilities. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, one more, ma'am. Wow, two more. Okay. Yes.
There are other things that you are faced with the moment. For instance, if practice or if people is for example, but the distance is pressure in itself. In the workplace or really advocating for workplaces to sustain or run as for housing. They themselves can buy the houses or build the houses and employers and employees able to get access to it. And then it's not so that if you employ the employees for private life. And then, many of the workplaces are located on the island. How about encouraging the sightseeing workplaces outside the island? But we need to I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but we also need to sort of think about, the organization and the cost that is involved with that. What the organization should try to do. I remember when I said it's a spectrum of organization from the one-man business to an international. For some, what they try to do around those who are living far is around providing some form of transportation. You have to realize that as well, where someone decides to live is a personal decision. So the organization cannot necessarily get into the business of every individual. So where do you live? Those types of things. On housing, of course, it's also capital intensive. Ability to pay is a big issue around an organization deciding they want to go into building houses. And then you have to ask yourself, what's my core business? Am I in the business of building houses? or am I going to pay allowances to people and then they use that to rent a house? If you pay the allowance for someone to rent a house, you know, somewhere decent nearby, Yaba or somewhere, and they decide that, oh no, I want to go and build in Ikorodu, what do you do as an organization? Because they can still do that anyway. You cannot force people to say, oh, because I built here, and it's expensive, let's face it. So in reality, it may be a lot more difficult to be able to achieve. If you have a financial muscle like government and you can build housing estates, then yes, you can do that. You can build in Ikeja, it's then allow some people can come to work from there. But for private individuals, it's a lot more challenging, and particularly the areas you're referencing around the island, the land is expensive, the buildings are expensive, and really how much is the business turnover? How much are they making in profits? What can they afford to do? And by the way, they also have shareholders who are looking for returns and things like that. So it's a whole lot of balance that the business needs to take into consideration. But I mean, for an individual, you also always need to think about, you know, decisions that we make, whether or not they come penny-wise, pound foolish. Because you may be very, very far away, and then what you're saving on house rent, you're paying for with your body, you know, with your health, with the driving and the stress that also comes with it. And, you know, it may depend. If, for instance, this is nearing retirement and I'm happy to go live on the outskirts and therefore that's where I'm doing, that's fine. And they know that it's for a finite period that they need to do the commuting bit. But at the end of the day, let's take decisions that is best, you know, for ourselves, our families. You have to think about where the children's schooling, proximity to the right kinds of schools, you know, and it doesn't have to be high-end schools, good schools where you're sure that you will get the exposure that they need. In the end, the company makes sure that there's a value for the worth of the job that every one of us are doing in a company. And the company, depending on the spectrum, makes sure that they should try to reward people at the relevant level to that value of work, experience, and skill that people are bringing to the organization. How the individual then spends that money, the decision that they then take around living locations and things like that, in the end, really is up to the individual, all things considered, and in the balance of their family situation. Because if you go live somewhere far flung and you start bringing your children, it becomes really unworkable. It happened to us at some point when in the middle of our children, there was a school we wanted the children to go, and you know, it was on the other part of town. When we thought about how we're going to commute and all of that, we just decided this was not going to work practically, and you know, we decided that we would look for a school that was more central and accessible for us as a family. So again, it's a personal family decision, but the company plays its part by paying what it can pay for the rooms that they advertise. Yeah, I hope that answers it.
So thank you for sharing your story. I don't think that struck me really basic of my intimacy as well. But I'm really people who are just starting their journeys, trying to navigate relationships and young marriages, new babies. I find that maybe the environment is different, the level of tolerance and the resilience is different. The generation is different. You know, we have all these naming conventions. But I think people are really essentially just people navigating their own things on stage, and maybe more importantly, the economy. The dual income is maybe even more important than ever before now. We thought it was hard, it's incredible right now. So as a leader, I'm making policies for people in my organization. How would partnering with maybe an organization like this help to replicate? You know, I hear a lot of people here saying, I'm watching another. A lot of us are in the generation that we're not around. That's the truth. We have no mother to really watch, but she was at work. You know, she was pouring herself. Yeah, these are the reasons we're here. So we have these younger people, 20s, in 30s, who may not have these resources. And coming to a place like this, they're having this conversation. How does it, should a company think of partnering with a company like this? And is this a valid HR program? You know, is this a valid program to help people to navigate this part of their life as a part of their career? The second part of my question speaks to the issue of productivity. You know, I like the fact that we did shy away from the fact that the businesses are our shareholders. We want the numbers. So if everybody's working remotely, are they being productive? How do you strike the balance, and how much is too much accommodation? Thank you.
Thank you. Those are two great indulgence, because it will take a bit of time for me to get to the other one. So let me talk about organizations having conversations around family work life. And that's what I was mentioning when Mr. Wachuku talked about what can HR do? It is absolutely important that these conversations happen in the workplace. So things around employee well-being and the whole context of that, mental health, family health, balancing work life or integrating work life as we call it now. All these conversations are really, really important. Therefore, programs like this are really important for people to listen to and spend time. And every opportunity that we have, we should be able to do that and make sure that people have, and sometimes people don't know, or it's not in their consciousness, you know what I mean, and all of that. And it's helping people to be deliberate around even the choices that they're making. I mean, we also speak, for instance, particularly to women, and we say, look, you take deliberate career choices and career decisions. I know that every decision that you make has, a consequence, right? And therefore, you know that you need to do certain things to be able to mitigate what can happen. So at some point in time, you can do certain things. At some point when you start to have children, you also need to do certain things, and you also need, and your productivity shouldn't go down as an outcome of being, a family person. Just make sure that you have the right support network to be able to do that and invest the right time in making sure that you keep your beat of taking care of the children and being interested in their progress and development. So absolutely, these kinds of conversations are the right conversations that organizations ought to be having, and investing in and making sure that right partners, come in and have those conversations. With regards to productivity, during COVID, it showed us that we could work, but COVID also showed that some companies were not prepared for it. So it depends on the level of preparedness for the companies. And even now, even so, you also have the networks, many are sort of struggling even with connectivity and all of that. So it's around the entire effectiveness chain. There's the one part around, can work be done remotely? Yes, but not every work can be done remotely. So for instance, if you're a reader or you are a well engineer or something, some things can be done in the office, but there's some you have to do actually in the physical place. If you are doing data monitoring, yeah, maybe you can do that remotely. The systems and the software is put on your computer somewhere. So not every work lends itself to flexible working or working somewhere. On the relationship with productivity, yes, for some people, the other factor also has to do with also self-drive, self-motivation, and also self-discipline. So for individuals where there's flexible working in the organization, the company trusts that individuals who've been given that will, use their time, and really spend that time to do the work. And it's on that premise that is given. And therefore, that trust needs to be reinforced by the employee, not that you're supposed to be working remotely, you're in the market. Or you're supposed to be working remotely, you are somewhere. When someone calls, oh, speak louder, I can't hear you, and you're hearing vehicles sort of running in the background. It's around us having the right honesty, integrity, discipline in the place of work. If that is in place, then it shouldn't affect productivity, because at the end of the day, you're not measuring presence, in the office, you're measuring impact and output, and all of that. But there are different types of employees, there are different types of organizations, there are different types of infrastructure, availability to support the right work, and all of this plays into the overall productivity in the end for the organization. I hope that helps. So thank you very much for the opportunity. It might be my pleasure this afternoon.
Thank you very much, ma'am. But I have written thank you very much, ma'am. How to call on the story. I see that I'm so glad because when I was coming to my presence and event, and she did so much right. Thank you.
Almost on the last lap, have the second panel session. Led of our panelists. Delve into topic. Focuses on women's strategies for more incongruence, family values, thriving together, progress strategies for more incongruence and strengthening family bonds. So our first panelists I'll be introducing is the couple, Barrister and Barrister Mrs. Adeyinka Hassan. So I want to welcome them to the high table here. Please come. So please let us go to page 16 and page 17. There we have their profile, quite lengthy. I think that will show the quality that we brought here to discuss. Just so next, I want to welcome next panelist. Next panelist I want to welcome is Oluwaseun Ajayi. Please just come to the front here. And then Mrs. Violet Uba, represented here. And then our moderator for this session is Mr. Joshua Watson Esquire. I will hand over the floor to Mr. Joshua Watson to take over.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for coming and for waiting up to this time. I'm sure we're all waiting for lunch. This session is between you and your lunch, so please forgive us. But I saw during the last session, someone sent us some very good ice cream. So I hope that the flavor has helped dilute the hunger that we have. So we have a very good day today because we have many lawyers in the house. So we're all lawyers. So this looks like a good abuse session. And we also had some lawyers also who spoke much earlier in the panel. So it's a legal conference actually. So hereby give the stamp of legality. Okay, so we had some very nice conversations from both panels and also from the keynote speakers that have spoken much earlier. And we're also blessed to have an educator in our midst. And if you look at the panelists, there's a bit of age difference. So I think I have more parents that have probably grandkids or older parents. And the first session was for the parents that have Gen Z kids. Well, these are for those that have kids that have rocks and things. So I'm going to start from our educator since it has to do with kids. So I'm sure that's Mrs. Oba. I'm sure you'll be wondering where she is. So she's the Indian who our Nigerian brother went to bring over. So from experience as a teacher of over 35 years, can you give us an experience of how you have dealt with kids from low income homes and kids from maybe homes with low income or kids that had more parents or more believe?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. We are very glad to be here. This kind of question, so that we want to go how to go about it. So I'm ready to be here. Being educated, I have come across, especially in Nigeria, I spent almost 30 to 35 years. My students are over 40, 45 years old now. That's my first set of boys. You can imagine. So, their children are now coming back to me to school, right? When both parents are working, all what we are talking here, I can say that out of 100, maybe 40% of parents are intentional. Even though they are working, they have a tight schedule, they have the time for the children. The remaining 60% of parents, they completely depend on their nannies and the workers around. So I normally tell them your nannies can only give birth to another nanny. So you have to be there for them. So, but I can say that 20 years back, what I saw, and now what I see, that is international parents, I see the youngsters, especially the newly married couples, who have babies, they have children 10 years. They are really intentional, bringing their children to school. One of them, take the child, I think because of this reality, they won't do that. So I'm seeing they are putting in so much, I'm seeing they are knowing this, but still we need to, go along with parents.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to the question. They also talk about double income, correct? My question is, yes, we have double income rating, but we have double income spending. If you're on social media, we always hear people say, my money is my money. Most people want job, I want money. So we really say that yet behind double income for the family, it's working when some say money is my money.
Thank you. So before I answer the question, I also appreciate the working parents that we have in this room and also the ones that are listening online. I also want to appreciate especially the mothers, especially the single mothers, because they are putting in a lot, starting from conception, pregnancy, 9 months, the 3 trimesters, juggling everything with work, antenatal, prenatal, looking for crèche, looking for school, it's a lot. And I would like us to appreciate them. So, looking at your question, the financial arm, because I actually work in the financial sector, I would like to leave the acronym BSM. So the B is for budget, and the this is with our line about that. It's good to always have a budget, whether you discuss with your spouse, have a budget maybe at the middle of every year or every month, analyze the amounts that you pay for. Whether it's Netflix, whether it's DSTV, house rent, and so on, just have a budget. And she also spoke about teaching children financial education. It's actually very, very important. It's something that you keep with them as they grow up. And also have a will. I know we are Africans, we don't want to talk about it, but it's very, very important. And even if we don't want wills, I know there are a lot of lawyers here, we can have something like a living trust. We can structure a living trust where the spouse, parents are still alive, so that you can do the transfer while you are still alive and there will be no issues later on. Then the S. The S is for saving. It's very, very important. Saving for the rainy day. Earlier in my career, I read a book that had a very deep impact on my life. That book is The Richest Man in Babylon. And what that book teaches is that when you are working, the first person you pay is yourself. You are the person that did the work. Just allocate like 10% to yourself. It depends on how much you are earning. You could decide to do 20%. So don't structure it. It also flows with the budget. As you are paying your tithes, as you are paying, maybe you give your wife develop a savings culture. Maybe set every month. Then the last one is meeting, communication, talking. That's with your spouse. You can have a weekly meeting, a weekly financial meeting, or a monthly financial meeting, whereby you guys discuss the financials of the family. Or maybe X is now online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Show. I think you want to answer my question because it's right for women, but I'll put my senior colleagues. So, just my senior colleagues to my left, we both have an average of 25 years of experience. And if you ask me, I think they have reached the pinnacle of their career. I think they've broken the glass ceiling. Now they want to break the heavens. So my question is, how did you navigate this, bearing in mind how you achieve also academic, I can see masters, PhD, and also career. So how do you manage to combine the academia, career, and also family? And bearing in mind that you did this when there was no remote work or flexi hours. So how do you do that?
Yeah, thanks very much for the question. And when I opened the pages that I had my wife's CV and my CV, and I was almost thinking I wasn't the person they were talking about. And interestingly, it's unique that they put the two of us on the center spread. And you will notice that there is quite a bit of similarities in our profile. And I'll tell you, my wife and I lead the marriage counseling unit in our church. And some of the times when we counsel, my wife is more spiritual in terms of counseling. I look at them and I tell them I'm more practical. And I tell them there was a day a preacher came to my church and he said, oh, for 35 years, my wife and I have been married and we've never quarreled. I looked at my wife and I said, then we must be different. Because sometimes when the people come, I'll tell them, okay, you know what, truth is that before you guys came, my wife and I just had a bit of a brush. And then we will still talk about what we have to talk about. And that's the practicality for me. So talking about dual income, I said to myself when I saw the topic, I said, these people must really have been directed by the Holy Spirit to come to us because this is us, in the real sense of it. So when we were getting married, we went through a counseling session. And part of the pertinent questions that was asked was for us to talk about our area of interest. And we realized that we had basically the same interest. You know, so we talked about schooling, we talked about constantly developing ourselves. And the truth is that you have to be, it's all part of planning. You have to actually ensure that you are both on the same page, otherwise you will have issues, right? So I had a situation at one time, my wife would come back from work and she always complained about her career. And I said to her, what you need is not a change of job, you need to have a change of career. And that's what informed our decision to decide to study law as a third degree. We already had 2 children, and the time she decided she wanted to study law. Now let's come to the issue of interest. If both of us didn't have interest in personal self-development, I would see it as waste of money. I won't see the value in her. I mean, I remember a friend of mine, he came from the UK and was traveling back, and I packaged some money to help give out to my wife. And the guy is a trader. And they looked at the money and they said, hey, you are going to give your wife this to pay fees. If you invest this kind of money in my business, you have good returns, why will you do this? And I said to him, it's fine, because by the time she's trained and she comes back, whatever it is that she brings back will be an addition to the family income, and then we'll be able to live the kind of life we want to live. Anyway, the rest is history because it turned out that what I said then, like the parable, turned out that it became the reality. So talking about dual income for the family, frankly, we are a family that lives within our budget. My wife says something constantly. She taught me how not to do impulsive buying. She said to me, even when we were much younger and married, if you see anything you want to buy, the first question you ask yourself is it a need or a want? Is it compulsory? I'm the one on the spending part. I remember when our children were little, they like to go shopping with me. They don't like to go shopping with mommy because they know mommy will ask, so how much is it? They actually told us, and children are very clever. They told us one day that daddy will not look at the price, he will just pay. But mommy will take the price and send us back. So the children are very clever. But I mean, good enough today, 27 years of marriage, we even learn from our children. I mean, the other day, my son came to my office and he said, Daddy, the way you work, you keep doing things slowly, and he taught me about ChatGPT. He taught me how to make my work easier, So, but for my wife, at a point when she was studying abroad, we had 2 children. I was the one looking after the children. And it was surprising that at the time, we actually got Best Parents Award in a popular school on the Lekki Epe this year, And on that basis, the school at a point in time invited me to become the chairman of PTA. And for record, I was 3 times consecutively chairman PTA. But it wasn't my effort alone, even though my wife was not around physically. She was abroad. There was no GSM then. I remember when I wanted to call her, I would always go to a business center and sit for so long. Some of the conversation people would be listening. And I called her every day. And we didn't even have to. Yes, I had a maid who was assisting because I was constantly legal advisor of the bank. So, but we didn't have any relatives come around to support. So we so structured our life. I remember my son would say, Daddy, why are we going to school at night? Because I always dropped them. Their school was in BGC. We're living somewhere in that. So I always drop them at about 6 a.m. And then I go to work. And my son came and said, Daddy, why do you go to school in the night? That my son, by the way, is a lawyer today and he lives in the US. So the point I'm trying to make here is that you have to be deliberate, and then it's all part of making sure you plan. So my wife and I had that agreement. Look, for us, we decided that individual development is very key. If I see opportunities, I don't even wait, I call her. I've pressured her, go and do a master in this, and she looked at me and said, all our children, virtually all our children are the ones who have not finished uni, and they want me to add that pressure with what I'm doing now. If she sees opportunities, she also lets me know that, look, this is something I think you will do well. In fact, I think my wife is one of my greatest cheerleaders. And apart from that, she pushes me. She tells me, you can do this. Why are you not doing it? She sees a lot of things, and then she says, oh, I think you should be doing this as well. And I tell her, it looks as if you have too much faith in me. I don't have that capacity. So she's, over the years, drawn out the best in me. And she will tell me, look, what these people are doing, you can do it. I see what you've done in time past. And I know if you push a bit harder, you will achieve it. So I think just to draw a conclusion on that, it's important where you can manage for the 2 of you to have income, it will help. Because what you bring to the table together, I hear that phrase, most of the women will tell you, my income is my income, and your income is our income. We had a family talk show in the church, and that happened. I said most of them are actually joking. When push comes to shove, that woman will realize that our income is not our income. If there is true love, they will be the ones to come up and say, look, we have to do this. And I will give you an example. So I told my children, even if I can afford it, your first degree is going to be in Nigeria, and we are very deliberate about it. We want you to have native sense, and it's really working for them. And I will confess, my last child is not doing her first degree in Nigeria. She's in the US, and her case is different in the sense that she's had other other siblings who are good. So she grew faster than the rest of them. And from what the last speaker said, in fact, it was as if we were writing an exam. I'll tell you, you had actually seen part of my paper and copied it. I was whispering to my wife, I said, this woman, it appears we are managing as families the same way. Our children work. One of them has finished. She's working in the UK. She's doing HR. The other one is a lawyer, even though she's doing his master's degree. He's working. Our third child is with us here in Nigeria, but our last child, who is just in year one in the college, is working as well. And one day she called us and said that you don't need to send me allowance anymore. I think I can support myself. She'll be 18 in October. She said that I think I can support. In fact, the latest one, she said she's saving to buy a car. I said it's good. And there is nothing happening that we are not aware of. I mean, last night it was the birthday of the one who is with us in Nigeria. So he went out with his friend and it was late. We were trying to reach him, we couldn't reach him. We rang the one in the UK and he found him out. So they have a way of connecting that we are not involved. And I remember what the last speaker, keynote speaker said. So we have family forum where we all speak, but they also have direct access to us in another forum individually where they don't want their other siblings to see what they are discussing with us. But the two of us, I remember Dr. Mrs. group. The one in the US created a group that I called Dr. Mrs. So we discussed his career that he doesn't want the other people to know anything about it. So we have to agree before other people know about it. So all these things are very important. I mean, I heard you say you need to teach your children about financial education. Each and every one of them have businesses that I registered for them as a matter of fact. My first child business is Thriving. He's in the US. He's running his business here and he has partners. Sometimes I call him and say, look, what about this? I hope your partners are not shortchanging you. Say that you work with trust. They handle operation, I handle strategy, marketing. So we have different roles we play. So we encourage them, even for the one in Nigeria. Unfortunately, the client we found ourselves. Sometimes people feel when your children are in school and they are working, there's something wrong with the family. No, it's not so. My son is the one here in Nigeria is very creative. He realized that in the hostel where they are, the internet has become so expensive and the students really need internet to work. He came back home and said, Daddy, you know what, I'm going to purchase a device from one of these networks. He said he needed money. I think his brother sent him some money to set up the business. I said, I will register a company for you to be running it. Now he charges them. He makes sure that what he charges them will still leave enough money for them, instead of doing direct purchase from the internet company. So from time to time, I monitor and say, so how many customers do you have now? How is your business doing? It's not just about the money. Yes, the money aspect is there. But that you can give them business acumen and make them realize that they need to earn an income for survival. And with Nigeria of today, trust me, if you are running just one business and you think that business is going to take you to Canaan land, trust me, it's not. You have to actually allow your tentacles to work so that you look for other opportunities to also make extra income. I think I've done enough in that area. Thank you.
Madam, would you want to add some spices? Okay. So I think the last speaker made mention of parents trying to see how to teach their kids financial education, wills, trust, and things like that. So my question to Mr. Shehu and to our educator is, should we invest in our children or should we invest for our children? Because I think many times people are trying to make money for their children when they die and things like that. So should the focus be on investing in the children or for the children?
Thank you for this question. Don't give me fish, teach me how to fish. So it is good to invest in the children so that they can make the money. So they won't be okay. I'm a teacher, I can speak louder. Okay. Yeah. It's good to invest in the children because that way they are independent. They are not depending on you. So when you get old, you will not suffer. If you want to have a peaceful retirement, invest in the children, not invest for the children. Thank you.
Mr. Shehu.
Actually, for me, it will be a bit of both. Let me explain. Because I think I had Marisa Ineka there. She was saying that I think we had a discussion at the actual, and she was saying that we should bring up children similar to when we were also talking. And I agree with that, but I also, there's another school of thought that some people actually just want to protect their children. Number one, they want their children to have what they did not have growing up. Like, for instance, growing up, I didn't know how to swim. There are some things like I didn't really like to enjoy growing up, and I want my children to enjoy it. But at the same time, I want them to have business acumen. I want them to have financial knowledge, to know things about the world. So I will invest for them, and I also want them to also invest by themselves. So it's a bit of both worlds.
Okay, can you try to answer the question? But then before then, can you share my experience over, I think, 50 years of families you know who have done trying to invest for their children and families that have done for their children to see how they came out?
Yeah. Thank you for that. I do understand the perspectives that we should invest in the children, teach them how to be better in the situation, and we should also invest for them. So, well, they are both right. They're both right. It's good that we invest in our children. It's better that we invest in our children. Because when you invest in the children, it's like that you will surpass you. And that's our prayers as prayers that are greater than us. And that's probably why the Bible says that a good man gives an inheritance to his grandchildren. The Bible is specific and deliberate. It didn't say children, it's grandchildren. Because it's most likely that what I will do for my children, they won't really appreciate it. It's the babies that will be the new ones, the upcoming ones that will appreciate it. Because my children will have a lot more than me. And that's our prayers as parents that our children will be more better than us. So yes, you invest in your children. And investing in your children is not just giving them a business idea. It's what's smart in that. It's teaching them the pure principles of living, teaching them the high moral standard. So you're not just investing them by, oh, I'm registering, fine, I'm not registered as a business for them. It supports their business ideas. That's but that's not the only form of investment. So we invest in them by taking them to church, teaching them about God. We invest in them by teaching them the right things to do that, don't tell lies, fold your clothes, wash your clothes, have your bath, visit people. I take my children to visit very elderly people, someone who just had a baby. So, my child will know it's important to go for a birthday party and take a gift. All those sort of things are investment. You don't want your children to just behave anyhow, speak anyhow at people. Sometimes if you invest in them properly, people then will teach you what to do. Sometimes even when I might snap at the domestic, my son or my daughter just that was rather harsh. And then I will reflect and say, yes, I'm sorry. And I didn't maybe apologize. So investment is not just about finances. That's the key thing. It's about a high moral standard, what you want them to become. And the parable of, or not even parable, the principle of sowing and reaping. Whatever you sow, you reap multiple. So our prayer is that we will sow, not to please the flesh, so that we will reap, about to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll start again with our educator. You mentioned earlier that from experience, 40% of the parents are involved in their kids' education and the other 60 are not. So what plans do you think the school can execute to see how to involve more parents in the education of their children?
Okay, thank you for this question. What we do is, because we see that both the parents have to work so that they can pay school fees, right? So we have to support them. There is no other way. And if you see them, when they come to the morning by 7 o'clock, and they are with us up to 4 or 5, that is 9 to 10 hours they are with us. So whatever we can do to build these children is in our hands. Because by the time they are getting back home, maybe they will just do their homework, they eat, and next thing they are already tired, they are going to bed. And if you have to wait for the weekend, parents will also have some other appointments like we have today. So we can't wait for the parents. So we have to do in our own, because that's why I always call the teaching, it's not a profession, it's a calling. You have to be called. So we train our teachers to have that empathy, to have values, to have integrity, so that they can pass these things to the children who are witnessing them, right? And also we give time for parents. That is, because they are working, they can't be available all the time when the child needs something. So what we do is we send a call or we send a mail. Please can you find a schedule? You know, we work with their time for them to come so that we can sit down and discuss in case if there is something we need to address what is happening at home. We also employ people for emotional support, emotional wellness. It's a recent thing happening because children say they are stressed out, they are tired. So the teachers in my place, the ones I train them, I always tell them if a child is tired, find out the child whether he has eaten. That is the first thing. Whether he has slept. Learning can happen anytime. Let the child eat, let the child go and rest. Then the learning takes place. And you get 100% there. So, apart from that, when we have open days and other things, parents can't come by that time. So we give them a time slot. Take your own time, give us the time, we wait for you. Then they come, then we discuss. So we do that. Also, we run the meal plan because parents may not have the time to prepare their food. Because they give it to the nannies again. The nannies will take the food from the freezer. I have many, and I call the parents instantly and I will say, that nanny has to be sacked immediately. Because they just bring the food from the freezer and send it to the school. Some even add water bottles not clean, they talk. And these are toddlers and nursery kids. You know, they can't see that, they will just put it in their mouth. So, we call the parents and tell them that we do our own, but parents have to also check these things. And we also have nanny trainings. So, I personally do that. Why? Because I put a fear in them that whatever you do to this little one, you will get it in multiples, either curse or blessing. If you do a good thing, you get it in back that way. If you do something bad to this child, it comes back to you. So we do nanny training, we create that empathy in them so that they will know that they have to be patient. We also teach them some of the things where they can teach the little ones, right? So we do all those ones to support the parents. Then we also have timings. Even though the school closes by 4, some parents will say they are still in the traffic. They are still coming. So we have duty teachers and we keep them to wait for those kids, and we all wait and we'll just leave the school. And another thing also is, you know, the parents' meetings, we meet always from time to time, because a child at home may be behaving differently because they want to please, they have double face. So they will have, and they will use some words in school. Like just this weekend, I had a conversation with your father. I know that family is a Christian family, born again. The child used a bad word in the bus, so the driver came to tell. So I now asked the father, when did this child learn this word? Is he watching something on TV or playing? He said the boy doesn't go anywhere apart from going to the field in the estate. I said, my friend, you have to go there with that child. Don't ask him anything. Go with him one day for the play, sit down there and watch the child playing. See who he is talking with. Then that child who is using a bad word, you call that child in front of your child and correct that child. By the time you correct that child, your child will know, I also used it, and he will say sorry to you. So that way you are correcting both the children, because you can't say don't play with that child. You have to correct that child so they can play together. So these are the things we do as a school. You know, we do all, because the children are our children. They are with us and they go to bed. So these are the things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Shewan, do you agree with her that children are children or they are youths? So what do you expect from the school in terms of support, bearing in mind you're working with your wife?
That be very nice. Let me explain. Like I think it was California last year. They actually got a law that said that if a child decides to pick a different gender, that the teachers are not obliged to tell the parents. And the child actually decided to say, oh, is a biological male. I'm not decided to be a female, and he's now addressed as she, he, and she, her in school, and the teacher is not obliged to tell the parents, and that's what they've been saying. So I think other states, I think Illinois, Chicago also followed suit. So in that case, I would say the parents should actually be which word should I use? Should be foremost in any decision. Some people have been pushing in the US for bill of rights for parents, or parents' bill of rights, that the parents has to know the books, and that's another thing. There are some books in the library which parents feel that should be banned, should not be in the library. While some states feel that all books and so on and so forth. But I feel parents' views should always be paramount in any situation. If the parent said, my children should not be school, that's the way it should be. And there are some schools that don't also do employ proper punishments. So in any case, I think the parents should have an input in any decision that is being made. So sorry, I forgot the second question.
Question was, so what support system do you demand from the school to support double income and parents?
Okay, so I think each parent should actually be very, very much invested and also be involved, like PTA meetings, whereby issues that involve children are actually brought to the forefront, and so that there will be no surprises at the end of the day. If there's anything that happens, the parents should be aware. And I actually liked the example that my fellow panelists said about having an envelope with the names of both parents, so that because there was a school where my child used to go, they collect money from my wife, and they also come collect money from me for the same thing. So it actually is a good idea, so that we have one envelope, we put our names. We just, this is from Mr. and Mrs. This is from our household. No different. So I think that should solve that problem.
Okay, thank you very much. There's no need to ask him the way he did it, because there really was an example of the PT and things like that. So I'll give you a fresh question. Now, I know we'll discuss the reasons why many parents are working is to earn money to cater for various material needs. So how do you manage with financial pressure? It's true we have the PSM, the budget savings and meeting, all kinds of things. But how do you manage with the real pressure when it comes from the office to donate for this one, and all those kinds of financial things, to want to buy a very big house, to want to move to Lekki? So how do you manage with all these financial pressures, which sometimes push parents to take some characteristics that may harmful or something like that? Well, it's quite interesting. I've been to quite a number of conferences where issues like this are discussed, and people make recommendations that couples should have joint accounts and all that stuff. I'll be honest with you, 27 years of marriage, there's nothing like joint account between my wife and I. But frankly, we are very transparent. If I'm broke, my wife knows I'm broke. And trust me, and I'm talking to men here. If men are broke, they are really broke. But if women tell you they are broke, there is still something somewhere that they can still love and do something. But if a man tells you I am broke, indeed the man is broke. So I'll tell you from my 27 years experience with my wife, if you assess the two of you, you all have different strengths and weaknesses. And I'll tell you for free, financial management is a weakness for me. And I'm not telling you that I'm reckless, but I'm saying relative to my family, between the two of us. So I'm the one that will do impulsive buying. My wife will not buy anything impulsive. I'm the one that the children know if they go to daddy will just buy it. Go even ask a question. My wife will ask you questions, she drill you. But we've agreed as a family. My wife, in fact, something happened before we came here. My son, who is with us at home, was asking me a favor. And my wife was like, you know, it's a family rule that if you have asked me and I've said no, you can't go to that again. So I was just there. I didn't even say anything, you know. So between the two of us, and I'll tell you our experience within the last 3 to 4 years. So we saved up for my daughter to do her master abroad. It took us about 2 years to put the savings together. And as God will have it, when she was going, by the time we finished paying her fees from day one, we still had enough money to be able to send our son to go and do his own master abroad. You will be surprised. You know, all this $0 fluctuation favored us at the end of the day, because we had saved enough money for her. And by the time we paid our fees, we still have, almost enough to be able to pay my son's fees after my son finished. So when he was ready to go, we were like, okay, so we have enough money. You don't have to blow this. And my wife was the one who said, you know what? That we have enough money left. As long as we can spend this money, let's begin to build for our second child for his own master degree as well. And as God will have it, within the same year, in fact, like 2-3 months apart, our last child was also ready to go to the abroad, and we needed to pay fees as well. And we did all of it. In fact, the Amati property I was going to sell, today I've not even sold the property, and we are not owing any school fees. That's the truth. We've not sold the property, and we are not owing any school fees. But what I do know is sometimes when things are a bit rough, my wife will come to the rescue, even though the African man in me would not want to take that favor. So, and she understands. So when our children were still in secondary school, she would have even paid the fees before telling me. She just tell me, oh, she decided to pay the fees. And I'll be like, okay. So in that situation, if I have opportunity to also compensate her, I do. Once in a while, even if she's not asking for money, if I make good money, I will send her good money as well. I make fun of her that the only time you kneel down for me is when I give you money. I say jokingly, but it's the reality. She gets excited. I mean, she's well paid on that job, but at the same time, the money coming from me means a lot to her. You know, so we've been able to navigate that. But I would recommend where it is possible. You see, dynamics of families are different, and everybody cannot be at the same wavelength. For me, it's nice that my wife has an income and I also have an income. So we have a bit of letting things out. Sometimes my relatives, my wife will be the one to draw my attention to the fact that I needed to support one person on them. Sometimes people call me to say thank you. I'll call and say, what have you done again? Because they are telling me thank you, but I'm just playing along. Maybe she has sorted one family or the other out, and she just informed me that, oh, she's been able to sort this out because she didn't want to continue under pressure. So I think it all takes understanding. I'm not saying it's wrong for married couple to have joint account, but I'm saying whether you have joint account or not, but you can have joint account and still have one secret income that you are not letting the other person know. The truth is for you to be true and honest to one another. Between the two of you, there shouldn't be any secret. You should be transparent, you know. So if I do transactions at work and make good money, I tell my wife, oh, if a client is owing me, my wife knows, I'll say, at that one, they are still owing, they refuse to pay. As we were coming here, I was telling her business has been like this since the beginning of the year. Some clients who are even owing are not paying. But because we are within the same sphere of business, you ask me questions. There are even times where we are doing some work and then I will seek her opinion. Sometimes she'll be at work, maybe she's even in an important meeting. She'll send me a message and say, they're asking me this, what's your opinion about it? So at the end of the day, it's for the two of you to be able to work together. It's not about being so formal, drawing up a budget, saying this is what you want to do. Maybe it works for other people. For us, it just kicks in without any formality. We don't have, the only time we try to open joint account, they will send me the document, I will send it to her. It's either she's signing in the wrong place. And I remember when that happened, I was going to go abroad for a long time. And we're thinking, okay, so we should have this joint account so that if we need to access funds, we don't need to come physically. We tried to open the account. In those days, FSD, we were never able to complete it. In spite of that, we do things together. It doesn't have to be joined formally. And so why I'm careful to explain this is, if your style is to have a joint account, I'm not running it down. But for us, it's really nothing like that. But transparency is very key in every relationship. Thank you.
So just add to that. The thing about dual income families, the more you earn, the more expenses. So it's a mirage thinking that you are put any big salary, it's not so. You have the expectation for even family members is higher. The expectation for the whole world is higher. Even if your own personal expectations also increase. So it's not true. No matter how rich you are, you will still have some wants. No matter how poor you are, still not able to afford anything. You are so rich, there will be some things you can't afford. So the key thing really is to know that it's to be able to manage expectations. So sometimes the expectation from maybe your community, your church, or family, friends, sometimes they have very high and often unreasonable expectations. So it's important that we help them to scope that expectation. Because you might think, oh, we have sons, we also have vulnerabilities. So by the time I was dividing my income to 100 and 1,500 places, how much is it going to be? So we do have expectations, and we still have a minimum standard we want to maintain. So even though I have a family member who is a serious need, I'm not going to go naked because of you. I also still have my own, I have my own children, I have my own needs, and I have my expectations. So we just must maintain, and scope people's expectations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take one final word from Mrs. Oba, something for double-earning parents to take home with, and from Mr. Shiu, and then we can call the session to an end.
Thank you very much. What I can advise the parents both are working. You can't say that you have to, one person have to drop the job to take care of this thing, because the economy and the world, the way we are now, both have to work. What you can do is spend time, that is, whenever you have time, let it be a quality time. I'm not saying, sometimes we are just following the Western world. That's why when I was saying going for picnic or going to travel out, these are good. Some place you can even go together. Ordinarily, just go to a eatery. Different with the children, the whole family is sitting down. Everyone is on their phone. They are not spending time together. So it's not that you are going to be talking to a child because you have the opportunity to talk to your child. Sometimes it's no even talking. I have a grandchild. The father, mother, all are putting down the auntie, everything they get, but she still waits for me. Why? Because when we are lying, we say all the Bible verses together, read the Bible together, then she will just hold me. That holding, I hold her. That holding alone has lot of, emotional something. She will now tell me what is bothering her, You should have moments with your child. That's my advice. It's not that you are going to sit down and be lecturing. A lot of things I see in the media posting parents making the children to talk. It's not what they talk. What you planted in them is important. Because that is what we go. The Bible clearly says, train up your child the way it should go, so that he will not depart from it. So the word of God is the key thing. Have prayer with your child, your family, your husband and wife, children, come together, pray in the night. Just even if it's not a long prayer. Thank you, Jesus, for today. Gave us a wonderful day. That matters a lot. When you get up in the morning, first I will ask my granddaughter, did you say good morning to Jesus? You say yes, ma'am. Yes, grandma. Good morning, Jesus. Please be with me. You're my best friend. That gets the matter. Everything he will take care. So you can't do everything for your child because you are at work. You are busy with your boss. Like yesterday, I was in the kitchen. My boss called me around 9 o'clock. I just put the oil. I want to throw the mustard seed to cook. And if I leave the mustard seed in the fire, it will burn. So I put the off the stove because I know it is important when it's about the child. So I off the stove. I listen to the thing. I address the thing. Then I have to go and on the stove again. So what I'm saying, you can't give all your time because you're working, right? So, but any time you get the best out of it. It's not necessary to save all the money and give all the promises to your child, which you are not going to keep. Tell them that, okay, this weekend, let's take a walk to the nearby park, nearby place. Spend that time. Whatever you say, keep to it. Don't give empty promises. Because if you give empty promises, they won't trust you again. And be there as a friend. Have discussions while they are going. Find out. All this sleepover, all goes over. It's over. Because it all happened in Western world. You see what comes out of it. Sleep with your child on the same bed. Talk to your child until the child sleeps. And when the child wakes up, even if you are not there, what you spoke is with that child. So these are the things I can advise the parents so that you can build confident, independent children. Because when they go out, they see different world. It's not what you say, but they remember your words and they remember whom they are in Christ. That is righteousness of God in Christ Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shiu. Your final words.
Thank you. So there are many family-friendly companies in Nigeria that have in addition to maternity leave, we also have paternity leave. Like my own company, we have paternity leave of 5 days. We have there's working from home, there's flexible working, leave and other things. But there are also some companies that don't align with those leaves. There are some people at some companies that say there's something like work-life balance. As in work-life balance with them is a misnomer, because their belief is that work is already part of life. So the work-life balance with them does not make sense. It's more of work-life integration. You are integrating your work with your life. So you find a way to integrate it together. But notwithstanding which company we work for, I want to build this acronym with another acronym because this one is RED. REQ. The R is rest. No matter where you find yourself, find time to rest. Sleep at night. Some people they walk through the night, like 3 a.m. So sometimes it come up, but it doesn't have to be every time. Just find some time to sleep your 8 hours every day. Then the E is exercise. I remember when the Kiddo speaker started our presentation, that's Mrs. Rita. She said we all stand up and do some exercises. We may not realize the value of this, but it's very, very important. Try and find at least 30 minutes of exercise every day. Even if you are working on your desk, you're working on your computer, find some time to stretch. Go walk around, go to the restroom, just walk around. It's actually very, very helpful. I remember I think it was last year, the first time I played squash, I almost fainted because I've not been exercising. And what I've now done to at least this year is that what I work on the 10th floor is maybe every morning I'll be climbing up the stairs. I know it's not easy, and I've not started yet, but that's then the last few is quality time. A lot of speakers and panelists have spoken about it today. Quality time is very, very important. Quality time for your spouse, quality time for your children, and even yourself. You have some me time, some personal time. It's very, very important. With your spouse, you can have like date nights, games nights with the family, and so on. Just have some time plan for vacation, because before you know it, I don't know. There's this film I watched when I was growing up. It's called Click by Adam Sandler. In your free time, because the guy, he had this remote control that was given to him by his financial team. So anytime and he was an architect, always working. Anytime his family comes to him, he just press fast forward. So at least they will not stop him. So I have more time to do his work. So it was always fast forward. Before you know it, 50 years has passed away. And he had no time with his wife, his family. And at the end of the day, they actually left him, and he lived a life of regrets. But that's a film, and he had the opportunity to make amends. But in real life, we will not have the opportunity to make amends. So the time we have now, let's spend quality time with our wife, our spouses, and our family. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panel speakers and also to the audience for your patience and for listening. Do we have questions for the panelists? Okay, I can see. You can just help us make it brief.
Okay, yeah, so great conversations here. I think for the second time, I have to introduce myself. My name is Simeon. So I want to appreciate panelists for the inputs they've made. I think many of us, I should say, have learned a lot. Briefly, I just want to, I don't know if it's a suggestion or a question, but on the issue of trying to have couples balance their finances, Yeah, I mean, I understand that most times it is the men who really take the responsibility of bearing the cost, especially where the man feels that it's ideal for him to take care of his family, first off with his wife and then the kids and all. And then the panelists on my right hand side, I'm trying to catch the name, but forgive me, the two lawyers. You did mention that you don't have a specific model, so to say. You believe that there should be trust in terms of spending between you and your wife. And of course, you cited an example where you had a project of sponsoring your one of your children abroad for masters and all. So my question really is it's not a one side kind of fits all kind of situation. And do you have a model that you can prescribe, something that give and take, one can say this should be the very basic minimum, considering that yes, you will be spending on your wife, giving her money for hairdo and all of that. Should there be a central account? These are just many questions running through my mind. Should there be a central account where, irrespective of what you're earning, yes, I agree there should be transparency. I'm earning 1 million, wife is earning 2 million, or whatever we are open to disclosing what we're earning. But in this very account, because I'm the husband, can I put in 70%? You bring in 30%. Is there anything like that? Should that be a very basic minimum stuff so that you don't always get racking your brain when there's a project to attend to?
You remember I said that there is no one straight jacket sort of situation. And the fact that I'm saying this is what works for me does not mean this is what will work for other families, right? So I just use my own family as an example. And let me break it down. For instance, like I said we have different strengths, right? So there are certain obligations and responsibilities that I have taken on without even having to be formal about it. My wife knows naturally I pay the children's school fees. I look after, okay, so the properties we have, bulk of the money we use to purchase them were income I earned, but it's our property. And I mean, it's clear. So even in my profession, there was something I did, I committed a faux pas. Somebody, a lady who earns very well and obviously has more than her husband, gave me funds to purchase the property for her. I just looked at my own family situation and I just went ahead and prepared the documents and put her name and her husband's name. And she came back to me and said, no, don't put my husband's name. And I was shocked. I got back home and I told my wife that I just, in my head, I just used our own template. And the lady came back and said, no, use only my name, don't put my husband's name. So I'm not condemning her because I don't know the background to that decision. But I'm only just limiting it to my own family. So it's our property. So if anybody tries to come and do a separation between us, it's never going to work. Again, things like, okay, home front, in fact, I don't know when last I went to a shop and I'm doing shopping for groceries. My wife would naturally do it. Even things I need, personal things for my own personal, my wife would do it. If I go to a shop and I see it, I won't even buy it for myself. I know my wife will do it. So if you see me buy it, it's for emergency. Because by the time I get home, my wife will even tell me the pricing is wrong. That's not what you should have bought. This is what you should have done. So this is our own responsibility. She will take care of it. So this is what works for me. But again, I mean, if I want to recommend naturally because of what has worked for me, I would say when you have transparency and accountability, you won't even have reason to complain about certain things. So if I get home now, for instance, and I'll be honest with you, so my wife has been having some medical challenge due to her work. It's a concern for me. So when we decided to change our physiotherapist, earlier in the week, I followed her to the shop and to the clinic. And I even promised the lady, I said, look, if within 1 month there is improvement, I owe you a price. You know, I mean, it's just a way of encouraging you handling that job. Say, look, I'm ready to stretch back, bend backward over just to ensure that my wife feels well. As we were coming here, I told her, I said, look, we decided that we're going to shop a new chair for you to be sitting at home. So when we finish this conference, we'll go to a shop in Delhi to go and find out what suits your, so that you can get some relief. So what that should be speaking to really is the fact that our well-being is important to me, because I need that to be fine, to be able to work well, so that we can earn more income, so that it won't be only my own income. I'm being honest. That's part of the thinking in my head, because if because of her she decides to sit at home, like how far my own income can take us. But if the income is, and like she said, look, no matter how rich you think $10 million doesn't want to work more to earn more income. You think $10 million back is not working to earn more income. That's the challenge. So when only one person is working compared to where two people are working, there is a difference. So without having to sit down formally and say, this is your room, this is my room, you just realize that you fit into certain things, and the other person, look, I made fun. I'm abroad, and my wife will call me. There's no water at home. I have to solve that problem. And there were instances where she was abroad as well. And I will call her and say, I don't know where they put butter. I'm looking for this in the fridge. Where is nice? And my wife will laugh at me and say, where are you going where that is? We even know where you do this stuff. You know. And then there's something I also left off, which I think I should mention now. You see, the cycle of your life as a couple, it happens based on even your age in marriage. That was the time I would go and sit down with my wife. In fact, I would follow her to the hairdressing salon. I can't remember when last I did that. Not because I don't want to. So we've graduated from that level. There was a time we used to do quality family time. You know, I mean, we do family vacation. Our children have memory. They will say, oh, that time we went to Punta Cana. We want to have that. We'll say, look, based on the reality of our situation, we can't have that kind of holiday that all of us will be together. Because if you plan it, it's either the one in the UK has one job conference, not able to join you. Okay, so we are all traveling for my son's graduation in Chicago pretty soon. And we all worked it out. It was very difficult for us to agree. In fact, our last time said, look, she's even going to resume school the week after. As we worked it out, that we just do only 3 days with us and then you can fly back. Let's know that after a long time, you now have opportunity to come together again. So as your children grow, as you progress even in marriage, things will begin to change. There have been times where, because of my wife's board meeting, we decided to share one or the other. Last October, I traveled alone to go and see the children. It was a blow. It was a big, nice time for them. And we didn't realize it would work out that way. I went to my daughter's place in Leicester, and my daughter said, don't stay in the hotel, stay in my house. I thought, oh, that's a bit odd. You are in a shared flat and you want me to stay with you. So as I was with her, I figured out all the things I thought she would need. And I took her out, went shopping, and I bought all the things she needed. She was surprised. That the things I couldn't afford, he tried to put them in place for me. In fact, my son, when I went to him in Chicago, before he traveled, we were at that stage where father and son were already fighting. And he was already telling his siblings that, look, this man, I don't think I want to live in the same house with him. If I have money, I want to go and rent this and move on. But that time we spent together, we had time to talk. He experienced me in a different way. He realized that all these things I was always hammering on, I meant well for him. And you know, the experience is with him forever. And they keep talking about it at that time that he came visiting. Even my wife told me that I'm even glad my board meetings did not allow me to go with you. Because it was a terrific time with the children, and the feedback I'm getting is as if we should do this, you know, more and more. So I cannot tell you this is how to deal with it. But if you look at the dynamics of your family, you can work out what is right for you. I've had young people come to me to say, oh, they want to go abroad. What is my opinion? And I'll tell them, look, people's circumstances are different. If I tell you this is my opinion based on my circumstances, it might not work out for you. So the basic thing is for you to look at your circumstances, look at your area of strengths and weaknesses. If you are coming together in a merger, you know, I've done a lot of mergers, so I can tell you. Sometimes a bank is merging with another bank. It's not because that other bank has more money than the other bank. Sometimes the branch spread they are looking at, say, look, these ones, they have a lot of branches all over the place. So if we buy them over, then we use our opportunity to spread our branches out. So the same thing works in marriage. If you look at your the spouse. What are the strengths this person has that I don't have? And by the time the two of you work together, you turn out well. Thank you. Okay, the question there.
Good afternoon again. My question is to Ms. Eva. Please forgive my naivety. I want to ask, what are children really in school for 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds? And I have younger children, around me. Now, ask this question from the schools, and they tell them how to do this. And I tell them, we pay you to train them, or to teach them, whatever. So if they need lesson after that, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. If you are doing your fault, lesson after number one, it's supposed to get them home and say, okay, what to pay for teacher, teaching them. I don't know what my parents are doing.
You are very correct, Vash. Okay, you are very correct. It is not good for children to have lessons after their school time, because if they are learning in the school, their brain is already saturated. Whatever they are teaching the lesson teacher, you are only engaging the teacher, not the child. Child is in their own world, even though they are sitting down there. So we don't even encourage that. But because of the parents who are working late, and maybe they are in traffic and they are coming late, we don't encourage. By 4 o'clock, everyone has to be picked up. That should be the school's rules and regulations. 3 or secondary schools by 4. So let them go home. But in cases, you can even imagine some parents, I used to ask them, they will fix the children for every extracurricular activity so that the child will be in school. They will say chess, yes, should be there. Soccer, yes, is there. Swimming is there. I said, you are a jack of all trades, master of none. Please fix up. Let us know your child interest. We will tell you this child is interested in this. Fix that child only for that. We don't even encourage more than 2 activities in a week. Then those children who are even staying behind, waiting for their parents, we just engage them by reading a book. Sometime I make them just take your cushions, put it down, close your eyes and relax. As I'm sitting down, they have all slept. You can even ask my teachers, they say, am I doing some mesmerism with them? I said nothing. As soon as they lie down, they have gone far. I will just say, just close your eyes and imagine anything you like it. Imagine it. That's how they all sleep off. You know, then when the parents come, take your kid and go. At that time, they have saved some energy by sleeping, you know. So teachers have to, schools have to work, you know, it's not just making the money. We have to consider the child's health also. You know, they are overstressed. You will see some children saying stress. You know, that word we never heard in my time. They are always happy. When we eat when we want, we sleep when we want. We talk when we want. And now children are, and I used to tell my teachers, don't say don't do. Tell them what you want them to do. That way you are passing a message. Don't say don't stand. Tell them sit please and talk with classroom voice. Because by shouting, they also have to, they think that's the right way to communicate. Speak in classroom voice, you know. The schools, that's what, you know, we go around and train teachers, and that's my job. I'm not collecting money for that. I do it voluntarily. I go to North everywhere where the Boko Haram, I have been there. My duty is teachers have to be called teachers so they will understand these children. Because they don't get love at home, they are coming to school and they are seeing a giant sitting and saying, sit down, don't talk. allow them to speak, but tell them how to speak. Let them express themselves. You know. So I agree with you fully. Having lessons is not a good thing. They should learn when they are learning. Once their brain is saturated, that's why if there is time, 45 minutes per period. If you teach more than 45 minutes, you're wasting your time. Children have gone somewhere, you know. So I agree with your point. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our panelists, thank you very much, our audience. Thank you for the questions. So we
time is well spent, and we appreciate everybody for your time. But we're about running up now, but before we round up, we have just 2 more activities. The lunch is waiting for us with very cold ice cream and cold drink. So we have in our midst Dr. Ifi Uwapesi. She's the founder of Women's Action Group. So we speak for just 5 minutes, but before then, we'll call Ike Nadoze, who represent NAFAD, to come and give the awards to our panelists, and Dr. Ifi to join him. Ike Nadoze, please.
Thank you very, very much for this opportunity, and I'd like to please congratulate all the speakers today. We're here for a very, very important subject matter: the dynamics of dual income by parents. That's actually a very critical conversation. Why do I say so? I am of the opinion that the decadence in the Nigerian society is due to our unwholesome parenting and educational curriculum. We teach our young people everything about ABC, becoming a professional, but we hardly equip them with the practices and skills to build true success. And so many of us are struggling in our lives unnecessarily. I come from a family of Christian upbringing. My father taught me prayerfulness, taught me hard work. If I wanted money, my father would never give me everything I needed. He taught us that if you needed money, you needed to work hard. So right from childhood, I developed the mindset of going to my family to add value. The only thing my father and my mom didn't teach me was being able to balance my roles as a wife, as a mother, a medical doctor, and other things I needed to do to be able that I'm in a positive mindset, solid spiritual foundation, and the passion and purpose to live my best life. And so when I became a wife and mother, I started having depression. What am I trying to say? Dual income of parents involves personally developing yourself on a consistent and continuous basis. So if you go into a marriage, you identify the weakness in the marriage. You're not going to be looking for perfections. You're not going to be living a blaming lifestyle where we're so critical of our spouses. I went into a marriage where my husband was a civil servant. And I said to myself, if I remain a civil servant, we'll probably not have the sort of life that will be very good for us. So I went into some form of business. And I supported my husband in trying to take care of the family needs. For me, God chooses who he wants to bless in the family. God can bless the man, he can bless the woman. For me, marriage is a collaboration, it's a partnership. This message of a man is a sole provider, I don't like it. And that is why we are sending our men to early grades, to hospitals, because of unnecessary stress. I tell women, go into your marriage, identify the weakness, come in with your own strengths, and see how you can add value. I don't believe this money belongs to me. We don't have that in my family. And again, people need to live in inner contentment. Many of us live above our means. We are too much into competition. Oh, I want to carry this designer bag. Can your family afford it? If you can't afford it, you live within your means. Then we should also try and live with gratitude. Mrs. Ude, am I right? She was talking about Christianity. If you profess to be a Christian or Muslim, please live the life. Let's stop the masquerading in the society. It's disturbing a lot of us. Many of us call ourselves Christians and Muslims. Some of us are so wicked. We are wife abusers. We are husband abusers. What I'm trying to say, Nigeria can work. If we include, I teach what is called growth mindset and integrative lifestyle. That is what I live, and this year I'm going to be 72. My energy is better than when I was 20. I am telling everybody here, parents, pastors, imams, leaders, we need to include that sort of pathway in our education curriculum, in our parenting, in our churches, in our mosques, because Nigeria can become a better society. And Nigeria can become the giant of Africa, was again by God. Thank you very much for this privilege.
Also, if you open brochure page 10, at the Institute, we have this program called Executive Teachers Training Program, where we also teach teachers how to help in developing children that have been entrusted to them. Here in this assembly, I can see a lot of our alumni here who are part of that program. So please, we'll talk to you about this much later. I'll call on Mr. Aikena now to do the presentation. And thank you. I'll call on Doctor and Barrister Mrs. Adeka Azan. And thank you for your time and your wonderful.
Good afternoon. I'd like to say that it's now beginning to feel like it's a family affair for me. Dr. Mrs. Nwakwesi was a director at Global Bank PLC when I was the company secretary of the bank. So when I saw her, I was thinking, it looks like Dr. Nwakwesi. But I said, will she still be this elegant? So when they mentioned her name, I was so surprised, and I told my mom, I said she's over 70. And then the moderator happens to have been one of the trainers of my son at the South Creek, which is the after-school club. So I was just whispering to him when I had the moderator. I said, "Oh, you were in South Creek?" He said, "Yes." I said, "My son was in South Creek." And apparently, he knows my son. So he has taken a selfie that he's going to share. So I'm beginning to feel more like it's a family thing. And I'll tell you why I said so. So my daughter went to Lagoon. Lagoon, the primary section of Lagoon is not as popular as the secondary section. And I'll tell you what, and this is why family value is very important. Lagoon is one, the lady, the speaker of our whole session, mentioned that there are some great places, schools that are actually not so great for your child, but that doesn't mean the school is not great. I'm one person that believes a lot in Lagoon. I tell people to take their children to Lagoon. But my daughter didn't do well in Lagoon. So Lagoon invited us for parents' conference. My wife and I were there together. They spoke to us about the challenges she was having and she wasn't doing well academically. and we took her to another school. She was slow in learning, so we took her to another school where the class size is not so large. Guess what? The same girl is on the vice chancellor's list at her college in the United States. The other day she scored less than 90 and she was miserable. She called us, she was complaining, she was crying. She went to meet her tutor that she scored 87 and she's not happy about it. Her tutor said, no, you have to go back and redo the calculation. You actually scored 97 and not 87. And she rang us back to say, oh, she took it on. She sent an email to her tutor and corrected the grading. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that as parents, we shouldn't be discouraged if our children have one challenge or the other. It's for us to sit together, have appropriate conference, and do the appropriate intervention. And trust me, I'm telling you my own experience. We got good results, and I believe we will get good results for our children as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barrister Mrs. Adeyinka. We also call Violet Shuba over.
Just take out the picture you just said.
Now call Dr. Griffith to present to Mr. Oluwaseun Ajayi.
Thank you, nice to meet you, sir. On behalf of the Institute for Work and Family Integration, I am very pleased and happy to present you this award. And I believe this award will motivate you to do more for society, encourage you, inspire you to live your best life. It's my privilege. Thank you so much. Okay, and from one of the sponsors to you. Thank you.
Now call on the moderator, Joshua Nwachukwu, Esquire.
Thank you for inviting me. I actually was supposed to go for a wedding this morning, but because my session was in the afternoon, but said I should make it in the morning, and I'm glad I actually came. I really enjoyed the first session and the panelists as well. I learned a lot. Thank you.
Well, let's proceed. And that's to the moderator. Wow, fantastic moderator. What is this? Joshua, what is this? Oh, Joshua, what with my pleasure to present you this award in recognition of your amazing performance. You did very well, and I know that the God I worship will continue to inspire you to live your best life. Thank you so much. Okay, all right. This is you.
So we call on Yesun Shintusun. Group picture, please.
I'm always blocking it.
It's alright. I'll just find a way.
That's all.
So please, before we go for lunch, we pleased to invite the Gypsy Manager. The fact of Festival Capital, we are here for this offering because Festival was one of our biggest sponsors. So please, let us give them this audience to hear from them. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Starting on existing protocols, my name is Jess Shutibajabi, just like you have said. And one of the things we believe at Ventiva is that the future doesn't just happen, it has to be built. So, I mean, it's been very insightful and engaging, having to see us, layer on three major things which aligns with our tagline of Ventiva, which is intentionality when it comes to parenting, not just intentionality, creating a structure that works, and also having a plan to further buttress that structure which is created. So in line with that, Ventiva, what did we do? We basically just create financial vehicles that could actually help us, make more money. I know we've spoken a lot about how do we, manage certain investment, how do we manage our income. But three things are very important when it comes to speaking about money, which is managing money, making money, managing money, and multiplying money. Now, multiplying money, I have some screens on the slides. We have some of our products or investment vehicles which we can aspirants, use to build wealth. Some products like exchange traded fund. So when we talk about exchange traded fund is basically just a fund that is traded on an exchange that gives you access to the market. So for people who are familiar with stock investment, stock investment just basically means you buying into a particular business that is listed on the exchange. But when exchange traded fund comes into play, is the fact that you don't just get to invest in a single stock. With an exchange traded fund investment, you get access to the market. So you can decide to say you want to invest in, let's say, a banking ETF or a sectoral-based ETF that gives you easy access to the market. We also have different investment vehicles like money markets, mutual fund, which is currently yielding about 17 to about 20% thereabout. So as we make more money, we can actually invest this money that we made in different investment products. And because we're also talking about parenting, at Ventiva, we also have a business line that is also focused on you passing your legacy to your children, which is the trusteeship business line. And there you find different products like, education trust plan, you want to start saving for your kids. You can actually do it right now. I know one of the panelists, one of the speakers have said something about drafting a will. We have a business line as well that also caters. We can actually help you to, draft a will and do a lot of things. So in summary, we are glad that we're able to sponsor this event because it really aligns with what we do at Ventiva, which is ensuring that we build a future that we desire as parents, as for our kids and for our family as a whole. So thank you very much for listening to me. We have a stand outside, so if you would like to have more conversations with us on how to make more money, products we have, we're happy to actually discuss with you. So thank you very much.
Okay, so it's just to say thank you to everyone. Just to round up so we can go for lunch with
really been an amazing audience. So okay, so just to give the closing, as we come to the close of this enriching and thought-provoking conference on navigating dynamics of dual income parenting, I want to sincerely appreciate everyone, our speakers, our panelists, our moderators, our amazing audience, for making this gathering a success. So we've explored the real challenges and practical strategies and collective solutions of how we can help us strike a balance between work and family. More important, we have seen that this journey is not just a personal responsibility, but a shared commitment involving families, workplaces, communities, even the policy makers. But we have that during the panel session, all talked about how policy plays a role in this. So I just want to end with a call to action. Let us take the insights from this session today, and then translate them into actions, whether by making small adjustments in our daily routines. So many insights we're giving and tips we're giving, and then to also advocate for family-friendly policies in our workplace. We have a conference coming up in 2 months' time. It's actually on work and family conference, where we actually advocate for family-friendly policies in our organizations to ensure that we have an enabling environment for employees to thrive, and so that they can be able to achieve their work and their family life plans. So on behalf of the Institute for Work and Family Integration, I want to say thank you once again. Let's continue working together to build a society where thriving careers and strong families go hand in hand. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. I'm going to start now to get to the conclusion. Thank you.
Let me adjust it. Let's take pictures. Let's take pictures.
You're not getting feel like you want them to have it on Instagram, or like having Instagram, so they should it's even more expensive for them.
Sorry,
Transportation and
sorry, hold on.
what's that?